What is up, everybody? Alright, hopefully we can have a nice normal stream today. I'm ready. We gotta catch up a bit though, we didn't get too much done yesterday, so we're kind of behind on the event, but we'll get that sorted. This is on the main account right now. Well, look at them giving out a bunch of free apples. I'm okay with this. I don't know why they're doing that, but sure. I saw, and I swear this might be why, this is so dumb. So I saw people were complaining that some of the missions were like, you know, only available at nighttime. And so I think they like patched it. Like the one unique thing about this event they patched. Right? Like literally, remember, like I don't read moon runes, right? And so I missed a day. I was like, oh I see. You gotta, you know, while it's nighttime, you gotta go out and explore, right? But now, like seriously, the one thing in this event that was unique, they're like, no, just because you know I'm always complaining that they're always doing things that are like really surface level. They make it seem like it matters, but it doesn't. They're always doing that. Like with the maze event, you're not actually exploring a maze. It's actually completely linear because you go in every, you know, space anyway and things like that. And you know, this was actually kind of unique. And yeah, you might have a time where like you let nighttime go by and you didn't do the side stuff and like, oh shoot, I'll have to get it on the next nighttime, right? But that's fine. That's not it literally took me like 5 seconds to figure it out, and I don't even read moon runs. But yeah, now all the missions that were at nighttime, you can just do them during the daytime stages instead. Now I will say, and if they did not do this, this would be worth complaining about. This would really be worth complaining about if later in the event they did not give you a way to make it nighttime, right? Like once the event is like, because all the nighttime missions, from what I can tell, are side missions. You don't need to do them right away and stuff. They're not like tied to progression. But if you got to like near the end of the event and there was no way to force it to be nighttime, that would be stupid, right? Like that would absolutely be stupid, because then people would get in a situation where they couldn't do those missions, and that would be legitimately be dumb. All right, let's see here. But yeah, I don't think it's annoying at all. It's like, oh man, when it's nighttime, you gotta go explore. That's like the thing. But now it like doesn't even matter. I think we're fighting Fujino now. So Beastly told me, by the way, I always like when people act like, you know, summer events are like super serious and totally part of the normal canon. Because you beat Fujino because she smells Emiya's cooking. And then she forgets to, like, yeah, that's yeah. Remember when we were fighting Guadia and we just busted out Emiya's cooking, and, you know, that just totally put him off guard, and then we beat her? Like, of course not. Yeah, I know they did that too, Rex. I already knew that. But like, that's not all they did. They changed it so you can do the nighttime missions in the day. Yeah, of course I don't give a fuck if they fix a bug. Alright, this is Fujino again, but you can actually fight her this time. Let's see. Oh, you have to use Emiya. Can Emiya solo it? I feel like he absolutely can't. I get no full items, but we'll give him a shot, but I have a feeling he's gonna get destroyed. How good is the boy's cooking? He's 888, no full items. I'm not very confident in this. No, not every summer servant comes from like the... Not every summer event is summer 1, by the way. Lol, you get... That's super annoying, though. What is that? Is that a 10-hit invulnerability? What the fuck? Why would you need a 10-hit invulnerability? How the hell am I supposed to... I need Chin. Oh god, I need Chin. What the fuck? Turn? What? Why would you ever need that? That's insane. We're not fighting, like if she had like, you know, 8 million health, okay, but this is gonna be so annoying. I'm gonna go get, I'm gonna get Shen. I'm gonna get Chen to come beat you up. Oh my god. You know, if I'm gonna use Chen, then I might as well just get rid of Emiya. What do we want to use then? This might be a little too much, but because counterclassing might be OP here, but I kind of want to use Romulus. I don't get to use him enough. Also, if they could give out Lancer gold gems so I could get him to 10, 10, 10, that would be great. Dude, I feel like they've been adding so many Lancers. Like, there's all these, they've added like a million Welfare Lancers, and then we had Canis and Romulus, you know, both Lancers, boom, boom, right? And they're just, since all of this, they have not done anything to give us gold Lancer gems. It is kind of bullshit. We'll have a lottery coming up kind of soon, though. Probably, anyway. No, Chin was not the last caster. This is a level 65 Chin. Fuck. I do that so often when I'm streaming. Yeah, I like how her rate up's not even gone yet. Talk about being forgotten quickly. Thankfully my Enkidu is 10, 10, 10. I have a lot of Lancers at 10, 10, 10. It's just, I have a lot of Lancers. It doesn't, there's no point in actually giving taunt to Chen Gong here because he has a 10 turn invulnerability. Hopefully she'll get like Pierce invulnerability at some point. Hey, Looking Glass, Jesus, with the 220 bits, thank you. Rip Emiya, by the way. Cooking couldn't protect that one. Yeah, 100 Face could probably remove that. But then you wouldn't be able to get rid of Emiya. So it wouldn't really help. What? What was the point of this stage? Why wasn't this just a cutscene? Why wasn't this just a fucking cutscene? What a waste of time, dude. What great content. Can we fight her now? Surely we fight her this time. The question is there a way to lose that stage if you try really hard? You'd have to, you do not have a lot of time. You'd have to Chin Gong, and then somehow, like, I think you have to get, like, Chin Gong, like, something that would kill him, like Black Grail, but that wouldn't kill him fast enough, I don't think. And you can use a command spell for him to NP turn 1. You can use another command skill to kill the other unit. You can kill your first 2 units, right? But I don't know how, if you'd be able to kill Chin Gong. You'd have to be able to somehow remove his buff, and then Chin Gong the unit that removed his buff somehow. But I don't know if that's possible. Because yeah, you could use command spells to double NP, and the unit you NP at the second one, if there's a way to give them something to hurt Chin Gong, like drain his health, or remove buffs from him or something, then you could do it. No, Raj Shin would not even come close to work. Why would that work? Like, how is that gonna work? You have a Raj kill himself, you have Chin kill Chin, and then the other Chin still has his invulnerability. Like, nothing would happen. Basically, you have to yeet Emiya, and then you have another unit that you can yeet with a command spell, and that unit would need to do something. Chat, you all have, like, no, that does not, why would that work? Like, use your head, you have to bring Emiya, so now if you have Chin and you fucking, you Chin Gong Emiya out, right, and then you have you remove the invulnerability buff, and then she has taunt or something. Now how do you get rid of Chin still? He still has a 10 hit invulnerability, or 10 turn invulnerability. And if you don't bring Chin, how do you get rid of Emiya, right? Like, it doesn't work. Oh my god, they're making us fight these things again. Let me guess, they're not gonna be able to kill... They are so not gonna kill George. He has got defense up, they hit like just total windbags, and then they fucking have attack down. What is the... why? It's just... why? No fun allowed, man. Crit for 200. They gave us a health buff. Why? Why does a level 1 George have 11,000 health? Even if you're a super newbie account, you do not need this kind of help. This is ridiculous. We're not getting George killed anytime soon. And now we have an NP damage buff. Because, you know, we needed that. I mean, they're not going to make the CQ like this. They always make the CQ hard. And the CQ is going to be Solomon locked. Because they are always Solomon locked. And now we have a defense up. I don't even... Can Fujino kill George? Probably not. I'll wait a turn. Use his taunt. I hate when they make stages like this though, it's so boring. Again, it's like they all these gimmicks that don't actually matter, so it's just like a waste of time. And again, even if you're a brand new account, you don't need this much fucking help. I really liked how Gudda did it, the Gudda final. Wow, she's dead. But I like the Gudda final because, you know, they gave new accounts an out with the OP story supports, right? So you could just bring the OP story support, and then you need to maybe understand the gimmick to a degree, but it's really easy to beat even on like a completely new account, right? But then if you were a vet account and you wanted to have like more fun and you know actually make a more proper team and stuff, you just don't bring the story support. That was like a really reasonable way of doing that. I don't think she's getting a banner during this event though. I think she might get a banner like, you know, over the next few months or something potentially, but I don't think there's much chance they do it right now. I mean, God, look how long it took them to add Gareth. Man, her voice is annoying. Yeah, K&K interlude would be. Oh God. Can I just Shen-Gong the entire team, please? Dear God. Ugh. Well, let's get this shit over with. You can't see it, but I've got a real look on my face right now. I thought Kiara was annoying. I like how they give you a caster here. Watch this damage. Amazing. Probably should have done that a while ago. Is it bad that I don't want to use Wu's heal because I want them to die? Closest thing we'll ever get to a playable trash mob, though. I like how we're just getting U cards like crazy. We got a Brave Chain, and then the deck shuffled, and we got another Brave Chain. Man, where's Megalos when you need him? I'm not doing her NP chat. I'm not doing it. I refuse. We'll get Medusa's NP here. That's bearable. Has she done her skill upgrade? I didn't pay attention. She has. Well, how about that? Yeah, Miyu's getting wrecked. Wrong class and they're attacking her a lot. Don't worry, guys. She can bully herself. Who needs mobs to bully you when you can do it yourself? It's like, move over, I'll do it. Well, there she goes. Can we get Medusa cards, please, so I can stop using you? Crit! Fuck! Oh my god, now I don't have a Buster card. That'll kill anyway, though. Why do you think I'm using you? Do you think I own any of these fucking units? The support system does not allow you to summon 3 things, by the way. I get this every fucking day on my YouTube video. Oh my god, there's more of them. God damn it, dude. But so I get this every, oh my god. Thank goodness you can switch them, by the way. Anyway, I get a fuck, but they give you an arch. Yeah, guys, let me switch in the archer on the Lancer stage. This is great. Thanks, guys. That makes it so much better. But I get this every goddamn day. Like, it doesn't matter if you play JP or NA at this point, because NA's had boss gimmicks since forever now, right? Anytime there's a boss gimmick, people are like, why is that happening? It's like, what the, how do you think it's happening? Right? It's like, it's a boss gimmick, Jesus. Like, anytime something happens that doesn't happen in normal gameplay, there's like 10 people that are like, why do you have this OP Mystic Code, right? It's like, why do you think, Einstein? Like, yeah, I hacked the game. Gave myself 99 stars, boys. It's like, Jesus. It's like, if there's something weird going on, it's probably part of the game. It's like, if you see 1 to 3 star in the video title, and everything on the team is a 1 to 3 star, and then there's a support that's got, like, you know, like the fucking story support CE on it, or no CE at all, and it's like, why don't you bring a 5 star? I wonder. Clickbait. It's just so stupid. It's like, use your fucking brain for 3 seconds before you open your pie hole. Like, it's not hard, right? Like, if you see a video where it's like 1 to 3 stars and there's a random support with no CE, I wonder what that is, guys. What could it possibly... It's not like this game has done 4 story supports or anything at some point. That's never happened, right? Like, Jesus. You think people would learn from Shimosa, right? Also, hi, Taiga. I like how we're fighting Taiga with a break bar with an archer. What could possibly go wrong here? Why do I have 45 crit stars? And no Medusa art card feels bad. AoE Archer too, yeah. Oh yeah, they got the event CE, they have the Star Bomb thing. Oh my god, we're so gonna get you again, feels bad. I'm sorry, Woo, it's totally different. Although, I mean, you know, you is a lot cooler than Woo, don't get me wrong. Look, Rex, I call Lobo Lubu and Lubu Lobo. Don't even get started with me. And I'm not gonna remember all this shit. I don't really want to NP for 50k. But I mean, we need to break this. And we have a bunch of archer cards. Okay, fine. She's immune to charm! Oh god! Lubo is in what's the other one? Lobu or something. Did 83k there, Jesus. And okay, now we're all stunned. I'm guessing that's that debuff thing we have. It's okay, guys. Helena's got this with her 0 cards. Please don't make me take this stage seriously, game. I don't want to have to like use Wu as a support and that kind of shit. Your music knows. Hey, at least Medusa's got the quick down on her first skill, so. Yes, there. Well, no, it's kind of no because now we have Wu, but she's so worthless here. Like, why did he give you that? I'm just doing this for Medusa. Oh, right. It doesn't work that way. It's Imperial Privilege. I thought she had a Blackbeard's thing, but no. It's Imperial Privilege. Which actually can be good, by the way, but not exactly good right now. You know, helping the team, that would be a little too much. Although, honestly, legitimately, considering how Wu is, you wouldn't really expect such a thing. Which is funny, though, because she actually is kind of a support. Alright, I think Medusa's got this, thank God. Yeah, I was conflating that skill and her second skill in my head. Alright, that ought to do the job. Please tell me this is over. You did help Medusa out a fair bit, but that was about it. Just threw the NP gain on her and gave her the NP effect. That's pretty much it. I guess tank some damage too. New free quest. Gotta be mission 17, which I'd imagine is for that new free quest. Yeah, they kill 2 of something, or do 2 stages of something. Actually, let's bust out, God, I have so many 4 stars now. What the fuck? How am I supposed to find anything anymore? Oh my god. There we go, go with that. That's fine. Oh, that's already level 10. I really don't want to level this. It's so not good. Guys, when are they gonna buff Mystic Codes? There's so many Mystic Codes that are so crap, dude. god, it's the chickens. The cocks. Default Mysticode buff. Yeah, that one does not need to be puffed. It's part of the 4. I actually do wish Anniversary Blonde made like 25 stars. That'd be kind of nice. Just a little bit more than it does. Just, you know, I'm gonna guess that the final wave might have a giant enemy in it. I mean, who knows, so we'll save Arthur. He does less damage than Mordred if they're not giant, but just in case they are. Hey look, they're giant! Feels good to be rewarded. Although Mordred could still do enough damage to kill that, so it's not really necessary to do it in that order. But it's cool. I'm pretty sure those are super large, if I remember correctly. But who knows? I didn't pay attention to the damage there. You could obviously tell if she is, he did way more damage to that one than the other one. Which I assume he did, but I wasn't looking. Also, I didn't look if that actually contributed towards Mission 17. It did not. Kiara, just... God. Why does that have to be a thing? Ugh. I'm looking this up real quick. It's probably do like a certain node number of times or something like that. I do Lakeside 9 times during the day. Which I'm gonna guess is this one? Which I would have thought I already did 9 times? Let me check. Yep, that's Lakeside. Okay, gotta do this twice. Well, while we're here, we might as well try to get the rare spawn. We still have missions to kill rare spawns, so... Can they? Yeah, they can handle this stage. He's like no health. Wait, do I need to bring Yeet the child? And what child? What? You mean Kiara? But I just realized I think I need to be bringing you in the back. I forgot. I might have already brought her enough times, but I think she also needs to get to a certain bond if it's like most events. So I demand a refund. We have a no refund policy, Rex. You have to take it up with the manager. But I am the manager. I was literally gonna say that, Rex. If you asked me who the manager was, I was gonna point you to Zelo, Rex. Hey, Bone. How about this back? I like how I got this like dramatic music, and we're fighting crabs by the lake that have like no health, and we're shooting them with fucking Excalibur, and not just Excalibur, mind you, but Arthur's Excalibur. Right? Gotta save the world, guys. Gotta get these crab legs. But you know, blowing them up. These crabs decked Achilles. That's true. That is true. I like how I'm buffing when they don't I don't think they have enough health to survive anyway, but... Well, they are. The 50k one, maybe. Alright, we're gonna do this one more time. There's some music. Wait, I think I have to do it 2 more times. Damn it. Alright, we'll bring you. So, this really dawned on me last night. I have a friend I've known for quite a while, but they're way more of a, how do I put this? They're way more of a, you know, go out and do things kind of person. You know, they're a bit of a geek, but not like I am or anything like that, like no way. And this whole quarantine thing has really been getting to them, right? And there's a lot of people like that's happening too, and it really hasn't bothered me much at all. So, and I'm a bit. Some of that's because, you know, I'm on the nerd side of things, right? And I think, as the joke goes, you know, we nerds have been preparing for this our whole lives, right? Like we're ready for social isolation, right? But it's not just that. That obviously helps. You know, being a giant nerd that doesn't really go out that much anyway makes this a lot easier. But like, I really am lucky that. Like, I've got the stream, right? Like, I can talk to all kinds of people and, you know, have all kinds of, you know, social nonsense and everything anyway. So it's like, I've been rather lucky with this whole, you know, lockdown situation, if you will. So it's kind of nice. But yeah, I know some people that it's really starting to get to them, and it kind of feels bad, man. Not much you can do. Who do we... I don't want to cut anyone, though, from this team. I need to at least bring you to see if I need to bring her more. I don't even know what her bond is at. I don't want to cut Ongra, though, and I certainly can't cut Ku. I could put you in the front row, but I mean... I really don't want to cut... Okay, we'll bring you a while and just see where we're at with the missions and stuff, and then we'll bring back Ongra as soon as possible. Here, I might need to bring somebody more budget here. Like Jason. The champion. Let me think. Wait, why am I bringing Jason? I don't need to bring Jason specifically. There's nothing about... for some reason I was thinking I needed to bring Sabers, but I don't actually need to bring Sabers. I just needed to bring a 1-star. Because anyone else would have been too expensive. But it didn't really need to be Jason. That is so funny looking at Jason dwarfing Mordred, by the way. Like, Arthur, you're kind of expecting that, but it's just funny having Jason tower over Mordred there. This NP is so great, man. See, he's dodging, guys. Look at that skill, man. If those crabs like whipped out like AK-47s, he was already out of there. He was already out of there. That is some next level planning, dude. Very tactical. I tell you, his crew's lucky to have him, man. Arrows EX, yep. Oh, I think we got the extra one. That's good. Alright, Chad, how do you feel about this Mystico style-wise? Never mind the gameplay. How do y'all feel about the fashion? I don't mind it, but I don't know, it's kind of out of place, but it's kind of supposed to be for the event. Okay, I think that was the mission to bring her 15 times. The problem is her bond is awful, and I suspect they're gonna have a mission to like you know, get her to bond 4 or something. They almost always have something like that, so I need to bring her just in case to get the bond. That sucks though because Ongra, man. Yeah, they always have a bond mission generally. Oh god, please tell me I don't have to bring her 20 pounds. I figure by the time she's bond 3 or 4, we'll have completed any other mission we needed to get done with her. So then we'll be safe to bring Ongra again. Wait, does the male MC not have shorts? I thought the male MC did have shorts. I should check to see how much bond it takes to get used bond up. Actually, it's probably already on the wiki, so I'll just look there. Kind of suspect she's one of those front-loaded ones. Oh my god. So her first bond level takes 4.5k, and then bond 2 takes 20,000, and then bond 3 is 2,500, and then bond 4 is 2,500 again. That is such a mess. Yeah, she takes 40,000 in total to get to bond 5, which is not the worst, but that's one of the worst. Freaking Europa just takes 10k. Europa just takes 10k, and she gets bond 5. And then freaking, I think it's like, what was waiver was like 50k or something. It was so stupid. It doesn't matter, Vol. I have to do the bond anyway. I think the most I've ever seen is 50. Achilles only needs 15k, feels good. And Jerker was 50k. I think Europa is the lowest, and I'm sure they did that on purpose. Alright, that's enough Lakeside. This music's clashing a little bit. Honestly, I doubt all of the welfares have high bond requirements. If anything, it's the ones that are involved with missions. Like, Ryder Kentucky only takes 20k to get to bond 5. A lot of times, too, it's like a personality thing. God, Shiki takes 50k. That's not surprising at all. We already at the time gate? God. We barely did anything, though. Alright, I might have to kill more giant enemies later. I don't think we need to do that right now, though. Let's see. We might as well keep focusing on rare spawns. That mission's really easy to tell because if you need rare spawns, like you can see how like you don't need anything except the one thing. That makes it really easy to tell when you still need to kill him. Okay, for once we're gonna have to not bring our Saber squad. Can we work in Angra? Yeah, but we won't probably be able to 3-turn because I'll have to put you in the front, but I want Angra Bond. This is important. Actually, Angra means aside, and the 1 to 3 star account aside. I really do want him Bond 10 in case I ever do randomly get Hercules, because trying to work on Ku all the time and then Angra all the time makes it really hard to put, you know, Herc on a team to get him Bond, so. You know, I could put Ku in the front row. Like I could just do that. Like I'm okay with this. He may not be an event servant, but it is better this way. What am I looking for? I guess case. Oh, that's right. I got that other case scope. Oh god. Guess we do that just to do trash slaying. Although we could do this and like give us really good spawn rate on the rare mobs, but when we've got the whole event left, so it's not really that important. Man, we're a level 2 scout. Look out. I want to get my my looping badge. Yeah, once you use Bond 2, looks like it's pretty easy. But yeah, getting Bond 2 is a bitch. Only if you put in Kido on this team, then we'd have the big 4. I like how I'm casting protection from arrows, like, that's going to matter at all here. Look at them messing with my star gen, man. Watch this mad NP game. Dude, one day they're gonna have to buff Deermud. Like they can't ignore him forever. Probably should have done Canis's NP first. I don't know. I don't think it matters too much. In a way, we've kind of already had units get nerfed, but it was in a way that doesn't kind of count. Like, you know, Merlin wasn't actually released yet, things like that. And then, like, Robin is definitely weaker than he was, but it's technically a bug fix, so... Robin used to do bonus damage from his like overcharge based on the number of debuffs, and it didn't have to be poison. which was incredibly broken, and he just did absolutely stupid damage. Honestly, it is more accurate to his lore. You don't have to be specifically poisoned for him to, because he's got all the booby traps and all that kind of stuff. Although the tree is supposed to interact with poison, but it did fit his like fighting style and everything pretty well before. But it was so broken. Let me just do like 1,000,000 damage here out of nowhere. I'm like trying to get Ku's NP even though it's completely unnecessary. You know, Bone, how do I put this? So normally what you just said, I'd be like, yeah, what a meme. But with what they just buffed Hercules, like they didn't just buff Hercules a little bit. It wasn't like oh, we'll give Hercules a little quality of life update here, right? No. They're like, yeah, let's make him live at least 2 turns longer and make him do like way more damage during all of these turns, right? So like the actual value boost to Hercules was like, I don't know, 5 or 6 turns, right? Which is nuts. And that's fucking Hercules, right? So if they buff Hercules and Ku, they might seriously buff Robin, right? Like it could happen. I still wouldn't bet on it just because it's insane to buff Robin, but it was insane to buff Hercules and Ku, so. Hey, Blue Note. I feel like if they did buff his NP, they probably would not add art up to it. Like I know they did that for Kojiro and Caster, Ku and stuff like that. I don't think they'd go that far. I think they might upgrade his NP though. I could see them doing that. I'm switching the NPs around. I just want to see how Romulus does here. You know, that's true. I didn't think about that. When the Extra remake comes out, they're probably going to do some stuff with Extra, right? And yeah, maybe they do buff Robin then. Oh god. I feel like they'd be more likely to buff some of the other like waifus or some shit. Okay, he didn't do as much. I didn't think so, but I thought it might still be enough. Anyway, yeah, he's only NP2, or Candace is NP5. She's got that 40 attack up. But yeah, there's a lot of units that you could potentially buff with the extra thing, so. I just like them to add Assassin Lee in the first place. At least a costume for Old Man Lee or something, dude. We'll grab some chainsaws, whatever. Too lazy to look for a spawn rate up. I want them. This would be the dream. The add Assassin Lee, and then the add Saver, right? And then they give animation updates to all the old extra people. Like that. That would be nice. But I'm not holding my breath. I really don't think we're ever going to see Lancer Vlad or a regular Assassin Lee. Not in FGO anyway. You know, I think you might see them in other games and stuff. Actually, they already have been in other games. They actually always use Assassin Lee when they do, like, you know, Fate Stella or whatever. But yeah, because they use the design on Lancer Lee, they're not going to have 2 characters with the same design, I don't think. They're going to, like, jump through hoops to avoid that. Oh yeah, I need to show that. I didn't realize Beastly told me this the other day. You know, if I always just see Fujino stage 1. I always use Beastly as Fujino, so I really never see her other stages. But, you know, in her NP on stage 1, it's raining, which is kind of like a reference to her fight with Shiki, I would imagine. But if you do her NP in stage 2 or 3, it's not raining. That's such a random small thing, but that's kind of neat. You know, I'll try to show that when I get the chance. I'd imagine Fujino could solo this stage. Probably just do that with do it in stage 1 and then do it in stage 2. Oh, it lived. Barely though. I didn't use the Mystic Code. Probably don't have too much more to do on this stage though. We could probably do Fujino stuff on a different stage. Oh, that's right. You ults got her non-gray ult. It's like the tame Fujino. I wonder if we're allowed to pick our supports on this one. We haven't really tried Fujino too seriously against Guadia. It's hard because night classes just have, you know, night classes have such a hard time with Guadia compared to cavalry classes. So it's hard to say. Like, even though Fujino is super strong, it's just such a fucked up fight for. Oh, good, we can. Oh, there we go. I guess we'll show off stage 2 first, then we'll still show off stage 1. So this one won't have the rain. Alrighty. But yeah, it's a very hard fight to solo with a night class, and with the way kind of Fujino is more of a long-term unit. You know, she's the long-term value, and it's really hard to get long-term value against Guadia. Oh God. Anyway, so yeah, I think it'd be very hard for her to solo it. But if there's a, you know, if there's basically right now there's fuck all night classes that can solo it. But if someone else could, you know, be added to the group that has done it, then I think Fujino is one of the, you know, ones that has the best shot at it. So this is rather obviously a fight that they don't expect you to win. I just need to get my MP animation though. Just randomly turn 1 MP, okay. Well, that's going to be annoying in the challenge quest. And I didn't get to do my NP, thanks game. Yeah, it's a pretty boring NP in terms of design. Gameplay wise, so that's going to be super annoying. Let's try that again. Lee was a bit after Lost Belt 3, if I remember correctly. He wasn't actually rated up with Lost Belt 3. Like New Year's after it or something like that. It was some holiday that was after Lost Belt 3. I tell you, if you fight her in the challenge quest, that's going to be so hard on budget teams, because budget teams don't have buff removal resistance. And generally when you fight bosses like that, where they're going to wipe your team, you have to go gas mode. And budget teams are fucking horrible at gas mode. Like, they're so bad at it because their stats are just lower and all those kinds of things. They just have way less damage to work with. So fights like that are always super annoying on budget teams. And like, if you fight a single target boss that does buff removal, you just use taunts and you're fine, right? But a boss that does AoE buff removal, like Odysseus and stuff like that, that can be really hard on budget teams because there's like a million reasons why if she turns out to be the challenge quest, that's going to be super hard for budget. Because one, foreigners are really difficult for budget because there's no 1 to 3 star alter ego. And berserkers don't work. And then if they're AoE buff removal, you're on the clock because again, you're not going to have buff removal resistance. So your team is going to get wiped, right? And so you got to kill her before she kills you. And that's everything about that is bad for budget teams. And then to make it even worse, this is an event that has a damage CE, and whenever I've talked about this before, it's just so hard to get across to people. But this is if you do budget stuff and non-budget stuff, you see this clear as day. Every time there's a challenge quest that involves a damage CE, it is disproportionately more difficult for budget teams, and it's because damage CE events really cater to bringing like 1 DPS and then the whole team about supporting that 1 DPS, right? And that's the meta for like whales anyway. They already do that. Like event or no, that's already the meta when you're using really strong supports like Merlin and Waver and Castoria and Scatty and Tam and all that kind of stuff. When you have a bunch of supports that are that powerful, the meta is already 1 DPS, 5 supports. Where budget teams, that's so bad for them because none of their supports are strong enough to do that. Budget is way more about like, having several DPS, and then when one dies, you have another one, right? And they kind of each carry their own weight, and then 1 or 2 supports to kind of give value across the board, right? That's generally how budget teams work. And if you have a damage CE, you really can't do that, right? Because like only the units with the damage CE can do enough damage to matter. So it's very difficult for them. So budget teams with damage CEs are really obnoxious. And then AoE bosses that have buff removal is going to be incredibly obnoxious. So then foreigners are obnoxious. So if she's the challenge quest, that's going to suck. Now she might not be. A lot of times the main story boss ends up not being the challenge quest. It's kind of random if it is or not. Sometimes the challenge quest is just totally random bullshit that has nothing to do with anything. And then sometimes it's like a side character, and sometimes it's like it could be Kiara. Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if it's Kiara at all. I'm gonna go ahead and NP just so we can see the animation. So yeah, it should be no rain here. Then we'll do the first stage, because I never really paid attention to it raining or not. Okay, I can definitely tell that looks different. Now, even though I don't really pay attention to it raining, I can definitely, now that I see that, you do normally see rain there. That is a really cool attention to detail there. I mean, there's really no reason for it to be Cat's story though, because she's not part of the event in any way. She's not like summer related. Like a lot of new characters get added and you don't see them in a challenge quest. Gators, man. Wish I had killed that one with 1,000 health there. That's unfortunate. Surely she'll do 16k. I mean, they didn't do anything. It's always been like that. I think we just didn't notice it until now. Nice damage, nerds, indeed. Good old Fujino. This is just level 80 too. I've seen so many people that still think Fujino is bad. It just does not end. Meanwhile, we get a triple kill? We'd we'll have to okay, I'm gonna go for it. We got Atlas anyway. Might have been better to go for that 90% art crit, but the greed. Fujino definitely is one of the harder characters to use, though. I always second guess my decisions when I'm playing her. These are the last two. I don't think we've even taken damage yet. One of my favorite fights with Fujino is Beastly's video with God Juna. That one was really interesting. You have to really plan ahead on that one. Probably could have killed that guy this turn, but figured just get the NP. These guys had more health. I'd be having to work in more busters and you do like buster art and that kind of thing, but they don't have enough health for me to care. The only damage we've taken is from ourselves. And he survived the double buster. Probably not. Yeah, a big part of why she's hard to play is because sometimes you don't want to just spam your skills. It's really hard to know when to use her first skill sometimes, like seriously, because of the NP gain on it. And then you always have to make decisions between doing buster, 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 and like buster, art, and shit like that. Like, and it's not like it's always right to do one or the other. It really depends on what kind of fight it is. All right, now we bust out the big boy Fujino. This is when she puts on her big boy pants. Yep, there's the one. God. Oh hey, it's Anastasia. By the way, never getting buffed. That's a nasty debuff. How long does it last? I can clear it if I want to taunt. Is it worth it to clear it so I can taunt? I guess not. This is gonna be so obnoxious, dude. Oh my god, and George is counterclassing. Damn. Anastasia likes her debuffs. I can clear the debuff, but it's about to go away anyway. I would like to NP here, but it's not that big of a deal. I kind of expect Anastasia's gonna do her stun or something. Bold of you to assume she'd hit the stun. That's true. Feels bad. Yep, it is raining like crazy now. So basically, this is Fujino having a bad day. And as such, she gains 20 levels. I like because we'd already lost the health, our third skill had no negative there. Watch this NP gain. Also, please don't kill her. We're probably gonna kill her. Oh god. Yep. Fuck. Well, no more NP for us. I was gonna do the Buster to get the NP buff and then do NP with the bonus damage, and then Buster again, and then, you know, 3 of a kind bonus. But, now she's dead. It's like these stages are easy or something. She'll get buffed someday. Let's go with Brunhilde, why not? See how story supports do. Also, I'm still salty that I spent like 85 summon tickets and I just got a bunch of 4 stars that weren't rated up. And fucking Kiara. Which stage is this? I know the black one stage 2, but I don't know stage 1 and 3. Which one's which? I'm gonna guess this one's 3 because it's kind of fancy. Oh, it's 1? Okay, never mind. I'm bad at guessing, apparently. If I had gotten her, I would have gone with stage 2, definitely. George, please. Wait, this is it? It's just these 2 guys, and that's the whole stage. What? I'm gonna try to keep the middle one alive so I can like NP and do 2 other attacks just to be stylish. I'm not sure they're gonna kill Leonidas though. Well, that was a thing. Their skill animations are like the coolest thing, honestly. And then that's pretty awesome. Wow. And now I don't have any cards. Thanks, thanks, Leonidas. Not Brunhilde's beloved, by the way. Look at these glasses wearing nerds. Dude, I keep seeing random people that are so salty that Brunhilde's in love with Sigurd, and I'm like, have you not read the fucking story? Like, it's just stupid. Like, it's so dumb. Like, what is wrong with you? This fucking Juliet, you know, should be so cool if he just wasn't in love with this Romeo guy. Who the fuck is this dick? And I've said this before, I just do not understand this, right? Like, and I'm serious. Am I missing something here? Like, I'm not really into the romance genre that much, but like if somebody reads a romance book or watches an anime or a movie or whatever, like I'm not crazy, right? The whole thing is it's like watching other people in love, right? That's like the shtick, right? Like I don't understand. Like it's a fictional character. Like isn't it more entertaining to watch fictional characters interacting with other fictional characters, right? Like, right? It doesn't even have to be romance. Like, what are you gonna have an action flick where there's no antagonist? Like, yeah, this'll work great. Let me just punch a wall, right? Like, I don't understand. Like, I literally don't get it. But my waifu, yeah, I guess. But like, even that's what I don't understand. Like, even in anime, like, I maybe I am literally missing something. But it like. In romance anime, right, where, like, there's other characters, that's like the thing, right? Like, I don't get it. I guess it's because a lot of times the males are I wouldn't even say self-inserts, everyone calls them that, but they're not even that, right? They're literally just like cardboard boxes, right? That's not really a self-insert, unless you see yourself as a cardboard box, I guess, but... I feel like, excuse me, this could actually be kind of fun with Tomoe because there's archers here, and then they don't kill my tunnel walls, but you know. Look, okay, side tangent, but it connects to this. I get it, a lot of people, especially in the modern world, are lonely, and that's fine, right? You shouldn't hate yourself for that, right? That's a very normal problem in today's day and age. I think a lot of people, you know, are lacking like emotional support of like any variety in their life. I get that, right? I get that, you know, I'm sympathetic, right? But I don't, and again, this is, you know, it's their brain, they get to do whatever they want. But I'm like, what from my understanding, right, it's like normally, you know, escapism, you like reading stories and stuff, you know, about other people and other settings and stuff. I don't get, and I guess it's just a me thing, but I don't get the whole projecting myself onto somebody else. Like, I'm me, and other people are other people, and it's fun to observe other people, like a million%, right? Like, I totally get that. I get why stories are popular. You know, storytelling is something humanity has done since caveman days, for God's sakes. You know, it's obviously pretty inherent to our species. It's also an incredibly... Storytelling's actually OP, by the way. I'm not even kidding. Storytelling is legitimately OP as fuck because it's like a cheat code to pass on information, right? Like, that's like the whole thing. It's like a way to teach generations lessons from the past without them realizing you're teaching them something. It's so overpowered, right? Like, it's like how, you know, other species, there are not very many species that are actually able to pass on information from one generation to another, but there are a few, like orcas and stuff, they do teach their kids, but they basically have to teach the same thing every generation, right? It's hard for them to progress all that much. But there are animals that, you know, try to, you know, pass on information to one degree or another. But one of the reasons humans are so OP on this planet is because we're so good at passing on information. And storytelling has been one of our best ways of doing it because it's a way to get experience in something without having personal experience in something, right? If you have a good story that's like actually realistic and you can actually show the consequences to like actions and the consequences to bad certain decisions and things like that. Now, you know, stories can also be misleading, of course. But that's a really powerful tool where people can like actually kind of play out simulations in a way without even realizing it, right? You can basically get like pseudo experience without ever experiencing something, right? Now again, you can have bad storytelling that actually gives you false information as well, but storytelling there's a reason it's been a part of our species for so long, and there's a very good reason for it. But anyway, you know, this is to a degree, this is personal preference, but I much prefer just observing a good story, right? And it doesn't matter if it's romance or not. It's part of a good story is the character interactions, and it's very interesting to see how different characters interact and why they make the decisions they do, and blah 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 blah, right? Like, that's really interesting, and so I really dislike the whole blank slate thing because it's not an interaction, right? There's no interaction. It's very one-sided, right? Like, a very big part of what makes, I guess, human interaction fulfilling is the fact that human interaction is not one-sided, right? Well, outside of, you know, there are exceptions to that, but like generally they're not one-sided, right? So I don't get it. I don't get the whole. Like, I get it if you like a character, that's great, but I don't get why you'd want that character to not interact with other characters. That's getting a bit silly. And then you don't get to explore the character very well, right? A huge part of like understanding someone's personality is like the way they interact and stuff, right? That's like that's a huge part of people. So if you have characters that don't actually have, you know, interactions with. What is this stage, by the way? Why does Columbus already have all that MP charge? William Tell's got sure hit, and Spartacus is a tank apparently. This is actually kind of nasty. Send help. Especially because Columbus is AoE, and I have no. What a great hand. I'm sitting here talking here about like human interaction and storytelling, and George is like, yes. What was that? Fuck. Spartacus God hand. And look, you know, far be it from me to tell people, you know, what to enjoy and why, right? Like, if you enjoy a story that has like a blank slate protagonist, that's fine. Enjoy your story, right? But you shouldn't want to like force that onto everything, of course. And especially when you have a story that's based around other stories and like actual legends and history and stuff, right? So it's like you can't add Juliet and not have her be in love with Romeo, right? That's stupid. There's no point in doing Juliet at that point. There's literally no point anymore. We are in so much trouble right now. We're not even close to getting our MP either. I really need Columbus to die. And look, seriously, I know, like I said, blank slate stories are really not my cup of tea, but if someone else does like them, that's fine. That's totally fine. But at the same time, you don't need every character in FGO to be like that kind of waifu to, right? You don't need, like, that's silly. There's so many characters like that already. Trying to make characters that have like established things from their legends and stuff, it's just silly. Yeah, I actually really like Tomoe's normal attacks. I think they look really awesome. They're not overly stylish. They're just kind of straightforward, you know, smack, smack, slash, slash, right? And you get these cool, you know, flamey particle effects that go along with them. It's actually quite nice. Alright, William Tell has to die before he gets his NP, or we're, you know, fucked. Oh, that was actually more damage than I needed to do, because now he's dead. I was gonna kill him with the NP, but I guess that works too. Oh, I see, she has a crit buff gimmick here. Like, we get a gimmick, so her crits are massive. And like, they're just, okay, Fate's really diverse and it's all over the place, and some things are serious and some things are silly and stuff, and I definitely see people try to make this one-sided argument where it's like, you know, everyone that wants things to be more like, you know, realistic or not even realistic, but more in line with their actual legend or story or whatever is like so ridiculous. Like, oh, Fate's never been about that, which I just so fundamentally disagree with that. When you look at Fate Stay Night, Fate Zero, even Fate APOC, and stuff like that, those things were, for 90% of that stuff, was still very anime, but very much staying true to the legends and whatnot. So it's like, I don't need Brunhilde that's not in love with Sigurd, right? Like, it's just kind of silly. Actually, I don't think Fate's about one thing. There's loads of accuracy in Fate. There's so much accuracy in Fate, it's ridiculous. And there's loads of characters that aren't accurate too. It's almost like there's a bunch of different writers and they don't have the exact same priority or something. Who fucking knew? Right, but I fundamentally disagree with this idea that Fate has never been about accuracy, because it's had fucking loads of accuracy. It's had loads of it. It's just been swimming in it, and then every once in a while they have really off-the-wall bullshit, right? And I will say the off-the-wall bullshit has definitely gotten more common now, but like when you look at the root of the series, it was way more accuracy than not, way more. And they took liberties, sure, and that's fine. It's anime. Like, God, for God's sakes, that was the premise. Was let's take history and combine it with anime, right? So I'm okay with there being liberties and stuff, and I'm okay with every once in a while there being a character that's a bit more, taking a bit more liberties than normal, right? But they've really never been, like, aside from like literally one or two characters like Paul Bunyan and shit, they do not fundamentally disgrace the character, right? They generally fundamentally, they're still about, they might, you know, twist it in kind of an odd way or make it, you know, anime in an odd way. But generally, fundamentally, the characters are still in line with what they're about from their stories. We don't have situations we have a character like Juliet or Brunhilde that's not in love with Romeo or Sigurd. That's just ridiculous, right? They don't do that kind of thing. They never have. They literally never have. Because that's just insane. That's like having Shakespeare not be a writer. Like, what? Like, how are you gonna do that, right? That's stupid. Like, I'd love this Shakespeare husband if he just put the fucking books down. God, if he just stopped writing. Jesus, right? Like, that's literally what it's like. It's like, it's just stupid. Like, it's just silly. And like, I get it. Yeah, sure, Shakespeare's not gonna be for everybody then, right? But then it's not for everybody. That's okay. Not every character needs to be for everybody. That's half the fun, for God's sakes. I know it's Hans guy not finishing his stories. God, what a lazy fuck, man. If it just wasn't for that. Alright, it's damage time. Oh man, poor Spartacus just lost all his buffs. That's what feels bad. He had all those buffs all this time. Oh, one second, I gotta restart my my chat here. It's getting... Twitch is like having problems on my end here. I think this will fix it though. Yeah, we're good now. Don't skip the cutscene. Is there some story shit after this? See, now that's how you... see, chat, that's how you do it, right? That's how you do it. You just say, don't skip the cutscene. You don't say, hey, has Green seen the cutscene where Tomoe smacks Columbus in the face? It's like, that just ruins everything, right? Like, I doubt that's what happens, but, you know, I'm making shit up here. But, like, it's not hard to not spoil things. And they're all dead. I really wanted to do that art. I'm actually kind of sad. Alright, let's see what we get here. Look at these mods talking in emote only mode. Poor Columbus, man. He just wanted to be part of summer. Wow, no more Columbus. That feels bad, man. That's the saddest thing in this whole event, dude. Man, look at us killing William Tell. We're just a bunch of dicks here. He mad. I find it funny. I've seen a good bit of Sigurd hate lately, and it's just because, you know, he stole my Brunhilde, right? Oh god. Anyway, it is funny because I bet you if Sigurd was like pretty much the same character, like broad like character themes or like attitude or whatever, but was female, probably would be popular. By the way. I always find it funny how that works. Who killed the lights? That assassin you. I don't know why chat wanted me not to skip this so far. Do we get Hans now? We're in like a library or something. Or a study or some shit. Do we get the man? What is happening right now? I don't know why chat wants me to watch this. I don't understand. We can probably kill emote only mode now. You have to be pretty full of shit at this point. I don't want to talk to him. I got faces. I'm talking to faces, man. Freedom. Yeah, I don't know what we're watching here. Did we already miss it or something? It's a Spartacus costume? Oh yeah, I think we missed that then. Okay, that's probably time gated. It's before the fight? Okay, I see. Well, that was some baited. I mean, if Nitocris is giving you problems, you should try to have a single target servant ready to kill her, basically. Or a way to have, like, guts on everyone so you're against to death. But generally how I do is I just try to kill her really fast. I mean, people are always asking me for, like, advice on NA when it's, like, 2 years old content, and I'm like, I don't fucking remember. It's like, I don't remember all the nuances to all the, like, 2-year-old content. It's not a thing. I actually feel like I need to explain myself better in my videos, like in the descriptions and stuff. That way, 2 years later, people actually know what the fuck I'm thinking, because I'm probably not gonna remember 2 years later. Aside from like very specific fights that like I really cared about. I mean, if someone just got a picture, you can just post the picture. Alright, let's go kill some dragons. I'm trying to remember. Like, there definitely are, I guess, some fights that I kind of remember. There normally ones like really stood out. But even then, I'm going to forget a lot of nuance. Just about any time I fight a boss that I haven't fought in like 2 years, I might remember like, you know, broad stuff. But I don't remember like a lot of like really under the hood stuff. Oh my god, why don't we get... God, it's like that's kind of similar to, you know, what he got for the APOC promotional thing, right? Then we're never going to get that as a costume. This is bullshit, man. Wait, is there another one? I just saw the suit one. Oh my god. Does that actually happen? Like, that looks photoshopped, but does that actually happen? Oh my god, that's amazing. That's such a direct reference right there. By the way, summer events are totally serious and, you know, absolutely, you know, canonical with the main story, of course. You know, remember in Fate Zero when that happened? Everyone's always saying Fate Zero is so, like, dark. Which I absolutely do not think Fate Zero is all that dark, but, it's a little dark. I really need chainsaws, apparently. Who's got chainsaws? There we go. What do we want to use? I mean, this team works really well for pretty much anything. Oh yeah, we're having team cost problems now. Let's see. Arash works really well, but I like Jason more because, yeah, we'll do Arash. That'll work, that's fine. We don't, let's say he gives charisma to the teammates, but, like, who cares? I mean, the thing is, everyone's like, oh, but all these characters die, but, like, that happens in every Fate story. Look at how many people die in Fate Stay Night and APOC and all that. Like, that's kind of how Fate is. You know, Fate Zero, if anything, has probably less death. Some of the deaths are, you know, pretty... Like, a big thematic part of Fate Zero is, like, a lot of people's dreams not coming true and shit. And that's kind of dark in a way, but it's not really any darker than... Yeah, no, Gilius is, like, has, like, the only happy ending, I swear. Well, him and I guess, Waver, but, I guess the thing, there are, you know, a lot of bright points to it as well, and then, like, there's not really any more death in the rest. I think the big thing is it literally happens at night. A lot of the story happens at night, so it's visually dark. And of course there's dark moments, of course, but I don't really think it's that much darker. And, you know, it sets up Fate Stay Night really well and everything, so it's like, I don't really... I like how they had to set Fate Zero, though, in an alternate universe, because there's, like... And people try to use that as, like, a justification, as, like, nothing in Fate Zero happened, which is so bullshit. The only reason they said it was in an alternate timeline was because there was, like, a couple of accidental inconsistencies that are unbelievably minor, and then Nasser even said, yeah, basically... The, you know, regular, you know, prequel is, like, exactly the same thing, except for these really minor, like, things here and there. It's nothing is different. It was like the Gilgamesh Artoria fight is, like, slightly different, and there was, like, one other whoopsie moment. I can't remember what it was, but there was, like, another really minor thing that they fucked up. Like, everything else is the same. Yeah, I really hated how you couldn't get green Ushi in Sunshine. I actually really hate that. He's like green for like half a second and then it would always change his color. I hated that because green Ushi is the best Ushi. Feels bad, man. Because like I would not say Fate Zero is like some super upbeat, happy-go-lucky anime. It's absolutely not. But most of the mainline Fate stuff isn't. Like it's never really been that to begin with. So. What did I say? Ushi? I meant Yoshi. Excuse me. Yoshi, Ushi. You know they're pretty similar. Ushi jumping boats in Sunshine. I can see that. Oh, the riders. I mean, she looks like, let's be real, she looks like a Yoshi right now with her Day 1 animations character model. Are we in slow-mo right now? I think we are. So it's better is Yoshi riding Ushi, right? Like that's the better way. Like a really big part of Fate Zero is basically like a lot of holes in people's ideology being like shown. Like that's a big part of it. So there's a lot of like failure, I guess. But that doesn't really make it dark, in my opinion. Especially because they counterbalance it a lot. Like seriously, Waver and his Kandar get so much screen time in Fate Zero. If anyone is the main character, it's them, really. Like really, Fate Zero doesn't really have a main character, and it's kind of Artoria just because of Fate Stay Night. But she doesn't really get that much screen time in comparison to everyone else, right? Like, Waver and Iskander are a huge focus of that story, and overall, I'd say their story is rather positive. You know, it has sad elements to it. You know, there's some, you know, wake-up calls and stuff here and there, but, like, overall, I would say it's a pretty positive story. And I really think Waver and Iskander are, like, the heart of Fate Zero, very much so. Like, they really are, like, the glue of it. Like, big time. I really don't think Fate Zero has a main character. It splits up its screen time so much. Like it has main characters. You know, I'd say like the main focus overall, like because they get the most focus. Like the side factions get focused too, but the main focus I would say is Kurutsugu, Artoria, you know, Kodamine, Gilgamesh, and Waver is Kandar. That's like that. That is the three main parts of the story, very much so. Where all the other masters and stuff do get, you know, pretty good screen time and everything, but they're not as much of a focus. And like if you look at like the themes of Fate Zero and like what it's about, and then like especially the role Gilgamesh plays, like relative to Iskandar and Artoria and everything, that really is the focus. It really is those three factions. It really is the main like focus of like the story elements that it's about and stuff. And because Gilgamesh is basically the foil almost to like their ideology and stuff. Yeah, Kodamine gets a lot of screen time, Waver gets a lot of screen time, Kurutsugu gets a lot of screen time too, but if anything, I feel like he gets less. I mean, a lot of things end up bad at the end of Fate Zero, I agree, but like that's not, first of all, that's not really Fate Zero's fault. That's how it was established to be in Fate Stay Night, so you have to, you know, put it there. That's just, it just has to be that way. And there's still plenty, you know, of positive elements too, because you know, like, what happens with the characters. You know where Kurutsugu ends up later, and you know where Artoria ends up later, and you know, like, it's just, you know, and then, like, I'd say Waver's... I do kind of feel like, though, they made Waver to balance out the story. I will say, if you removed Waver from the story, it would be a lot more of a downer, unless you're a Gilgamesh, Kodamine fan, I suppose. But, yeah, you do kind of need Waver there to balance things out. I mean, the event is really boring in terms of, like, the content is just not interesting in the slightest right now. You can't even have fun if you handicap yourself or anything. There's been some interesting mechanics, but you're not allowed to interact with those mechanics in an interesting way, which kind of makes it boring. However, the event has been nice in terms of it's, like, paced well. You know, it's not super repetitive. Like, the pacing has been nice. And, it's easy, so it's been nice for, like, my new accounts and stuff. It's very easy to follow this event and, like, do the missions you need to do and everything. So it's not stressful, I guess. Yeah, honestly, Fate Zero was the main reason I got really into Fate. Like, I first saw the Doomsday Night anime, and I liked it. There were things I didn't like about it, but, you know, I thought the concept was cool, and there were some characters that I really liked. But there was just a lot of stuff I didn't like about it. And then I learned about the visual novel, and it was cool to, like, learn about, like, you know, oh, like, you know, who doing more things in the Limited Blade Works and that kind of stuff. But, you know, I was like, man, there's a lot of, you know, plot armor and just problems with this. But I still, you know, I thought the characters were awesome. But then when I learned about Fate Zero, I was like, wow, I like this a lot more. I like Fate Zero so much more. I think something that really helps Fate Zero is just the fact that it doesn't have routes. I think that's a big problem with Fate Stay Night, is the routes mean they have to kind of contrive things for each route to focus on different characters, and that results in a lot of forced plot points, which doesn't work so well. There are a few forced plot points in Fate Zero because it was written after Fate Stay Night, and, you know, you have to have Assassin die first and various other things like that. So there definitely are a few contrivances in Fate Zero. Welcome to storytelling, by the way. But overall, it's not as bad. And so Fate Zero being more focused, because it's only one story, it can pick very specific themes to focus on, very specific, like, character beats. Like, Fate Zero is about specific things, right? And it's able to do that because it doesn't have routes. So that helped it a lot. I think the routes really actually hurt Fate Stay Night quite a bit. Where, like, I think if Fate Zero tried to, like, go into 3 routes and stuff like that, it would have a lot of problems. So I think that was a big bonus to it. Same thing for Fate Strange Fake. You know, Fate Strange Fake is just one story. Yeah, it tells a full story, Fate Stay Night routes don't. And it's not just the fact that each individual... Because I really agree with that. Like, each individual route in Fate Stay Night... Like, if you had someone not read anything of Fate, they know nothing about Fate, and they go in blind, and they just... Bam, you sit them down and they read Heaven's Feel, it's like, what? Right, it's gonna be nonsense. And the same thing for Unlimited Blade Works. The only one you can really sit down and kind of understand and have a full experience out of is the Fate route, but the Fate route is also super vanilla, and like Kojiro's character arc is not finished. You know, that goes for a lot of the side characters. So there's so many problems even with the Fate route. Yeah, I like Fate Zero and Fate Strange Fake are like the main reason I love Fate, to be honest. And then, like, I don't know how to put this. It's not like I hate all the other stuff in Fate. I don't. And there's a lot of elements I like of them. Like, even though Fate Stay Night, there's a lot of things I don't like, and it's really not my cup of tea, I still really like the characters. Right? I think Nasu did a really good job with the characters. There's a lot of, like, you know, effort, and they're not two-dimensional at all and stuff. So there's still things I do like about Fate Stay Night, but as a story, I'm like, eh. Yeah, I've said this before, but I really get a kick out of this. There's so many people that, like, try to discredit anything I say, and they're always like, oh, this guy thinks Fate Stay Night is bad. And first of all, they always exaggerate what I say. I never say I think Fate Stay Night is just bad. I never say that. Like, they always characterize me that way. They're just like, oh yeah, this guy thinks Fate Stay Night's like terrible, and he always trashes on Fate Stay Night. Like, what a terrible opinion, right? Like that discredits anything I say, because, you know, Fate Stay Night's the holy grail of storytelling, right? You know, if anyone thinks Fate Stay Night is bad, they clearly know nothing about storytelling, because, you know, Fate Stay Night is so good. You know, somewhere between the plot armor and the defenseless anus. You know, it's just it's so perfect. Am I right? There's nothing wrong here. Anyway, I don't think there's a story on the planet that should be considered like the holy grail of storytelling, by the way. Like, there's nothing like that, let alone Fate Stay Night. But anyway, they mischaracterized it anyway, because I don't think Fate Stay Night is just some terrible, unredeemable story. It absolutely has good elements to it. Yeah, I don't know. That's literally like two people. That's literally just two people that said I hated K&K. I have no idea where that came from. I have a feeling I was just getting conflated with somebody else at that point. And for real, I don't think K&K is perfect. I don't think any story is perfect. Even my favorite, like, let's go with anime. For my favorite anime, like, you know, Baccano, Black Lagoon, that kind of stuff, it's not perfect. It's absolutely not. I can definitely find flaws in that stuff too. No story is perfect. And a lot of stuff is subjective, obviously, but yeah, I don't remember ever bashing K&K ever. There's a few parts of it maybe I talked about that I wasn't crazy about or something, but I don't ever remember bashing K&K. I'm pretty sure I've pretty much universally been like, oh yeah, K&K is like that one Time Moon story that nobody reads that's awesome. Right? I'm pretty sure that's always what I pretty much say about it, because Shiki's an awesome main character. You've got, you know, a lot of good bad guys, and you know, Fujino's really interesting, and the one complaint I have said many times, and I really stand by this, is however you say his name in like the 5th movie, and I don't remember which book that correlates to, you know, his name is almost Ayaya, by the way, but I've always said that I thought it was a real mistake that they do not characterize him at all until he's dying. I think that's a huge mistake, and it makes him really boring until he's dead, and that's stupid, because he has interesting motivations and stuff. If they had kind of explored his character as that story went, and you kind of learned about him as the story went, I think it'd be so much better. Instead, what happens is you learn nothing about him, he's super boring, he's like this really stoic bad guy, and then as he's dying, you understand what he's doing, and then it's like, I think it would have been much better if you learned that stuff way sooner. Like, I think that would have been, that's like the one complaint I can really think of. Yeah, very similar to Kodamine. But anyway, that's the one complaint I can think of for K&K. And it does have a few pacing problems, I would say. And some of the much later stuff got a bit weird, but like, I do think it kind of, you know, burns out a little bit at the end. But overall, K&K is really good. Yeah, they basically want him to be a sympathetic bad guy, but they want him to be mysterious at first, right? And as such, he's just kind of boring until it's over. It just does not work so great. Did I miss a sub? Sometimes I don't know how I miss the sub notifications. Oh, Achilles! Good name, by the way. Thank you for the 4-month resub. Appreciate it. Look at all these chainsaws. Sorry about the delay. Thank you. I don't really know how to express this, like, without coming across as fake, but I really do mean this. It's like, I'm really grateful to have my stream and everything, because, like, especially like with this lockdown and everything, it's a really easy way to, you know, socialize in a way, right? Without everything going to shit. So it's been really nice. And this is, I think, what really frustrates me too. And I will say, you know, sometimes I can be overly, you know, sure, but like there's nothing wrong with like disagreeing with me. Like if Fates and Night's your favorite story, that's great. Like that's great, no problem. I just want people to explain why. That's the thing. I get annoyed with people when like I say something about like gameplay, or like a few days ago when I was talking about like, you know, people being rude and that kind of stuff, and people just come back with, no, you're wrong, chill out, right? It's like, wow, you're really adding to the conversation here. Like I'm really getting your viewpoint here. Like that's just silly. You know, disagreeing is totally fine. But that really annoys me when it's just the you know, no you argument. That doesn't hold up so good. Yeah, that really annoyed me with that conversation the other day when I was talking about, you know, people being rude and that kind of stuff. So here's a really random example, but I was thinking of this. You know, I was talking. It's kind of the difference between when you know somebody and when you don't know somebody, and context and text versus speech and those kinds of things. So for example, like, you know, I know Cairo fairly well, you know, we've been friends for a while. And so for example, if let's say we're playing a game, maybe like, you know, Risk of Rain or FGO. Let's say FGO adds a costume to, let me think, a character. Let's say FGO adds a costume for Achilles, right? Because Cairo's got Achilles in one of his old accounts and he's grailed and all that. And let's say this costume is like, you know, like a lot of like, you know, like it adds like blue particle effects to him instead of green, like his in-piece blue instead of green, and he gets like, you know, cool like blue lightning effects and stuff like that, and he's got like, so if I saw them add that costume, before talking to Cairo, I would assume Cairo would probably use that costume. That's kind of, you know, he generally really likes blue things, right? Now that doesn't, you know, obviously something could still be blue and just designed in a way that he doesn't like, but like, so generally I'm going to assume he's going to like blue stuff. So if I see Cairo, right, and he's playing FGO and he doesn't have that costume, I probably would not word it this way. Like this is what we were talking about. I probably would not word it this way, but if I did, I could see why. If I said like, you're not using the Achilles costume, question mark, right? Because I'm kind of like, that just implies I assume that he would use it, because I actually know Cairo decently well, and I know he likes blue things, right? So if there's like a really awesome blue costume, I'd be kind of surprised that he wasn't using it, right? I really doubt that I would word it that way. I'd probably be like, oh, hey, how come you're not using the Achilles costume, right? Or hey, do you not like the Achilles costume? That's probably how I would word it, right? Where when you don't know somebody, you know, and you just say like, you're not using the Edmund costume, question mark, right? It's just kind of an asshole way to word that, right? It's kind of like just implying that you think the default is I should like that thing. And if you don't even know the person, it's just weird, right? Now, a lot of people say stuff like that, and they don't mean to be assholes. That's the thing. And context matters. If they don't actually mean to be a jerk to you, there's no reason to be upset about it, right? There's just not. But especially with text, a lot of times it's, you know, it's hard to know what people mean by things. And now, obviously, like an Edmund costume, that's, you know, or an Achilles costume, that's, you know, fairly irrelevant or whatever. But people will do it with other things and more important things, like, you know, why aren't you using your Merlin? You know, why aren't you using your waiver? Or why are you, you know, those kinds of things. And it can come off, you know, in a bad way when you should just. It's basically asking a question you already know the answer to, right? It's like if with a costume, for example, if someone says, you know, like when I was using Edmund, I didn't even say anything at the time, I just ignored it. But I remember I was using Edmund on stream, and somebody did say, what, like, just said, you're not using Edmund costume, question mark? And I didn't say anything, but I'm just kind of like, why wouldn't you just, like, you know the answer to this, right? Obviously, it's because I don't like it as much, or maybe I don't have it or something, right? Like, you don't need to ask that. Because what they actually mean is, you know, like, oh, why don't you like the Edmund costume as much? And that's fair to ask. If someone asks you, hey, how come you don't like the Edmund costume as much? That's fine. Right? No problem there. Like I said, some of it is just, like I said, an accident, right? Because some people, they don't realize how something is going to be perceived or whatever, and that's fine. But I'm not using the best example because this is a fairly, you know, mundane thing. But like you see that kind of attitude like on Twitch all the time, where it's like very presumptuous when you don't even know someone, but you're presuming like their values and what they care about and whatnot. Yeah, and that's actually what got me. I was thinking about this last night. And because sometimes I come down hard on people, and I want to be careful about that, because sometimes it's literally just people that are bad at communicating, right? Like someone just said in chat. I completely agree with that. And I don't want somebody like that's just socially awkward to actually accidentally word something in a way that it might legitimately come across as rather rude. I haven't really given any good examples of that, but that's obviously happened in the past. Sometimes people are, I think, are legitimately being rude. And I stand by this. If someone is being rude to you, even if it's accidental, you have the right to be rude back. I very much stand by that, and I generally do that, right? The thing is, if someone clarifies and is like, oh, I didn't mean to be, I didn't actually intend that as an insult or to be rude or whatever, and like, then it's like, oh, okay, no problem, right? I always say that. But yeah, I think a lot of times it's literally people that are just socially awkward or something like that, and so I want to be careful about that. I don't want to like, murder somebody in chat when it's just an accident, right? Now, a lot of times it's not. There are legitimately people in my chat sometimes that are trying to start trouble. Why is Ku in the front? What is happening? I haven't been. Why am I in wave 2? What is going on? I feel like I've been blacked out for like the last 20 minutes. I have no idea what I'm doing right now. Why do I have? This should be an AoE setup, and this should be. I'm really confused as what's happening right now. Anyway, I guess it doesn't really matter if I 4-turn instead of 3-turn. I'm just really confused right now. Oh, I must be a rat. Alright, I'm using a Rosh. Okay, I got it now, chat. We're a Roshing, and then Ku's coming in from the back row. Okay, I got it. This is what happens when I'm not paying attention to the game. Man, I don't even know what you're disagreeing with, but as I was saying, it kind of helps to like articulate, when you disagree with something, why. That really helps. Because first of all, I don't know what you're disagreeing with, and I have no idea what your view is here. What about Caesar's Bonsi? Which is one of the few Bonsis that can be somewhat useful sometimes. Dude, some people really do want them to add like alternate NPs for people, but dude, if you give Ku an AoE NP, like that's just such a slap into the face to like Ku is already kind of a slap in the face to every 3-star or 1 to 3-star Lancer, but then like if you give him AoE, it's so bad then. Like then when would you ever use stuff like Hector and Romulus and all that? Like that'd be such a mess. But yeah, it's a hard balance to find because the thing is, I'm not ashamed of who I am. Like, I'm very happy with who I am. And most of the people I'm really close friends with, right, like they understand who I am and what I'm about and all that kind of stuff. And they know, like, I'm the kind of person that puts people on blast, right? They just know that. And they'll put me on blast back, right? And it goes fine. Tusk you have no, Tusk trolls me so much, you have no idea. You have absolutely no idea. Anyway, but when there's other people that I don't know as well, right? It can come across badly. So it's like you have to be careful with these kinds of things. Basically, stream interactions are complicated. But because I'm not going to be that kind of streamer that doesn't rock the boat. I'm never going to be like that, because that's not me. That's lying to people. I'm going to be myself. It just is what it is. I mean, Hector and Romulus need help already. They already need help. And if you make Ku AoE, that's just ridiculous. How many missions do we even have available to us right now? I know we have like kill giant enemies, we've got kill rare spawns. But yeah, it looks like there's not actually that much. That's probably the bond one, I would think, with you or something. There's not that much available to us right now. Most of the other missions are time gated. What's really messed up though is most mission based events, you can actually complete the missions before the time gate is lifted if you happen to meet the requirements. I can't remember what event it was, but I remember there was an event that I think I'd already done it, or it was just a coincidence. I think it might have been a coincidence. It might have been case files, I'm not sure. But I remember there was time-locked missions, and basically when they were untime-locked, I had done, like, all of them. So as soon as they become untime-locked, I just instantly completed all of them. It was pretty funny. Yeah, it might have been case files. I think it was kind of like that. One day they're gonna buff Protoku, dude. He looks so cool. No, I'm not rearranging the 4-star tier list. I literally already have an update system there. Like I literally posted when I made that I would update things in the pinned comment, right? So I'm not gonna make another fucking. Like, there's no point in doing that. Like it's like I already have a system in place, and then that's just like a huge pain in the butt. Because the thing is, there's no end, right? They're always adding new units, and things are always getting buffed and stuff, so. And honestly, that's why there's so many reasons why I don't want to make a 5-star tier list. Like, one, I'm just burnt out, and I just don't feel like doing it right now. Now, you know, if people would stop fucking bugging me about it, eventually I'd probably be in the mood for it. Because I actually like making videos like that. But you have to be in the mood for it, and also have the time for it. It's, you know, it's not a quick process. And also right now I'm having some technical difficulties for making a video like that. It's just really hard. Anyway, but like it just doesn't, I feel like people just use those kind of videos for like validating their own opinions, right? Or disagreeing with mine or whatever, and that's it, right? And that's so pointless. Because the game is always adding new units and people get buffed and then the content changes, I really do feel like more like individual videos make way more sense. But I don't really want to make a channel where I just make like, you know, individual videos every day, right? Like that's just not the kind of content that I want to make. But I feel like just sitting down and talking about the unit, like the rating doesn't matter, right? That's the thing. The rating literally doesn't matter, and that's I try to make that kind of, you know, clear. Where like my 1 to 3 star video, my 4-star video, it's like, yeah, I have a hierarchy in my brain of roughly how, you know, good I think they are and how often they're good and that kind of thing. What actually matters is what they do and what you need, right? Like that's what matters, right? Like especially with 1 to 3 stars, because they're kind of like gap fillers for a lot of people. So it's like, oh, you know, it's not about, oh, David's the best 3-star. It's about, oh my God, I need a single target assassin, right? Like that's what matters, right? Oh, in this context, I need someone that has debuff removal or whatever, right? So it's way more important to understand what a unit actually does and what they're good at. Like that's one of the things that makes doing 1 to 3 star stuff the most reasonable, is once you get to the point that you just understand what all the units are good and bad at and what kind of context they're good in. Because you know, when a certain challenge quest pops up or a main story fight pops up, and you know, if you know the game fairly well, you can articulate, it's like, oh, okay, this fight's about being burst damagey, or this fight's about having a lot of survival, or it's about, you know, doing AoE at this part and a single target in this part, or it's about buff removal, or, you know, you can see what the fight demands of you, and then you kind of look at what budget units can fill that role, right? Like that's kind of the shtick. So I think it's really important. Like, it's very useful to people to understand what units do, what they excel at, what they don't excel at, what kind of context they're good in. Like, talking about that kind of stuff is useful, and that's literally what I do in the video. But the list itself doesn't matter that much, where, you know, basically everyone just skips to the end of the video and just looks at the list and then tries to, like, justify their own view or whatever, which is just pointless. That's not the point of the video at all. Like, and, like, some people like that kind of video, and that's fine. It's just that's not the kind of video I actually want to make. Obviously, I don't know anything about FGO. Look where Sanson is, right? Like, look, you haven't. I like Sanson so much, and look where fucking Sanson is. Oh, give me that nonsense. Like, I've messed around with Kid Gil a lot over the last like year or so, and like he's got a lot of problems. Like, he does what he's supposed to do in terms of doing strong AoE damage, and he's got a nice attack up for the team and everything. But, like, basically never do you actually need that, right? That's the thing. Basically always someone else is better. Like, there's a reason why he's, like, never in my challenge quest videos outside of, like 2 of them, right? It's not because I don't like him. It's because it just doesn't make any goddamn sense. And, like, I hope they change that. It'd be nice if there was more reason to use him. And again, it's not like he's bad. He's not, like, super low tier, because he's not bad. He's not like Phantom, where he just doesn't, you know, he just like drags the team down into hell. There's just really no reason to use him. There's almost never has he been meta. He's like good enough sometimes, especially if you're not doing low star stuff, right? If you're not like, you know, boiling it down to the bare minimum and you have to like, you know, be super min-maxy. You know, when you're doing like 1 to 3 star stuff and you know, no Gasha, limited time only CEs and stuff, you have to, you know, be fairly picky about what you use, right? You don't have a lot of wiggle room. Where if you're actually using Merlin and throwing in some, you know, better CEs and things like that, you have more wiggle room, and you could at that point easily work in, you know, Kid Gil in a lot of situations. But the more you boil it down, the less useful he's going to be, which kind of sucks. Is 100 Face better or NP1 Melt for riders? I mean, it completely depends on what you're doing, because sometimes you're just going to care about normal card damage, and at that point Melt is really good because she's a 5-star. But if you're fighting like for example, Bull of Heaven or something, if you're fighting a really nasty rider boss, I would say 100 Face is better, because one, she's NP5, that's a big difference. And being an assassin against a rider is a lot better than being an alter ego. Alter egos are good when you're fighting different classes. Like, remember that boss fight where you fought Alexander and Waver? You know, Melt's amazing for stuff like that because she counters both of them. That's really good, right? Where if you're fighting a really tough boss, you know, taking half damage is a big deal. Now that's not always how it happens, because sometimes you have like someone going super whale mode, and maybe they have Melt, double Scatty, switch Mysticode, you know, and then they got Waver or Nero Bry, you know, that kind of shit. So they're gonna beat the boss really fast. So it's the fact that 100 Face takes half damage, and the fact that she can then heal herself and has evade, that doesn't matter, right? They just want damage, right? So at that point, sometimes Melt is better, because Melt, you know, loops pretty well, and she's got 5-star stats. Although if it's an NP1 Melt, honestly, I don't think she's going to carry that well in comparison to where if you were going whale mode on like a 100 Face, you could be using Castoria and Tam and Waver and that kind of stuff too, because she's NP5. I think they'd still be kind of comparable at that point. But I would say for the normal player, a normal player, I would say if you're fighting just a rider, I would say a lot of times NP5 100 Face, and that's 10-10-10, would be better than an NP1 Melt. But there's all kinds of other situations where Melt is better, like where you're fighting all those other classes, right? Or if you do need more normal card damage, or if it's a fight that's, you know, doesn't really reward burst game, or doesn't reward survivability. Some fights just do not really even allow for survivability, right? Like the gimmicks in the fight and stuff, it just, that long-term value that 100 Face gets, you're just not going to get it, right? So then there are definitely times Melt is better than 100 Face, like easily. But yeah, it's really relative. What's going to be best for you a lot of times comes down to, first of all, what units you actually have, what CEs you have, and then what you're trying to accomplish. You know, like maybe you have Merlin, but you don't want to use Merlin, right? Like that's the kind of boat I'm in. So it just depends. And are you farming? Are you doing challenge quests? But because Melt's a 5-star, I do think there's a lot of situations. I'm like moving around trying to find my water. Oh, there it is. But yeah, it kind of, there's a lot of subjective nonsense, you know, it's relative to what you're doing. So a big thing that will prevent you from getting 3-stars is, one, not actually using your SQ on, like, you know, a story summon or whatever. Because, like, if you notice, my new account, I got all the 3-stars super fast, but that was because I was actually rolling on story summon, which a lot of people don't want to do, which fair enough. But if you want to get all the 3-stars, the way to do it fairly easily is you, first of all, you make sure you never, ever miss out on your FP summon. Never miss a freebie FP summon. Those seriously add up. Always do those. Use your FP as soon as you get it, basically. Like, you don't worry about getting event 3-star CEs. You just use your FP until you start getting those 3-stars that you want. And then, yeah, you just use your SQ as you get it. That's how you get all the 3-stars really fast. You'll get them really fast that way. But a lot of people don't want to do that, which that's up to you. It depends on you how you want to go about it. Like what I did is, you know, I started, you know, on my new account, I kind of waited to roll for a bit until I beat Camelot so I could get Better Beer. Although I got really lucky with how quickly I got Better Beer. That was kind of ridiculous, but... And then you can even wait for them to get rate ups, because 3-stars do get rate ups, though they don't improve your odds by much, but... I actually stand by this. If you're a free-to-play, if you're new to FGO and you're a free-to-play, I actually... Unless the rate up that's up right now, you know, is something you really care about. But I legitimately recommend to people after they beat Fuyuki to roll story sum. I legitimately think it's worth, or rate up. It doesn't have to be story specifically, but I think it's very much worth doing that. Because when you're a brand new account and you're free to play, you know, you're not going to really have any CEs yet. You're not, you know, it's good to get a baseline. You know, it's fine to start stockpiling. Like, okay, I'm going to stockpile my SQ until a 5-star gets rated up that I really care about. That's totally fine. I actually recommend doing that in the long run. But when you're new, I really do think you want to do a nice chunk of of story rolls or banner rolls or whatever to just, you know, get some baseline units, get some baseline CEs and stuff. It really helps. And then you just make sure you're using your FP all the time, or doing your free FP daily, and that kind of thing, and then you can start saving up. But I always recommend doing that kind of thing. But there are a lot of advantages to rolling story, actually, because you do get stuff like Bedivere and Caster Coup and Asclepius and stuff, and those are very useful. Those are very useful free-to-play units, extremely useful. And you already get one copy of Bedivere from the story, so you don't need to get a lot of them. You can do pretty well as a free-to-play without getting a lot of, you know, baseline CEs, but they just make things so much easier. I mean, I don't agree with that either. You should roll, like, if there's a 5-star you want, you should save up for them and then roll for them. It's like, yeah, the rates are bad, but if you save up enough, you can get good odds at them. And yeah, you know, RNG is RNG. There's nothing you can do about that. If you roll every time you have 30 SQ, be it story or whatever happens to be rated up, so let's say over 2 years, you always roll every time you have 30 SQ, okay? Versus somebody that stockpiles like I do, right? And that you save up to like 1,000 SQ or 2,000 SQ or whatever, and then you roll really big on one rate up. On average, the amount of 5-stars you're going to have is the same. It doesn't change, right? Like it doesn't matter if you use the SQ all at once on the same banner, different banners, spread out, story, not story. It doesn't matter. The amount of rare things you get on average over those 2 years are going to be the same, regardless how you use the SQ. The point of waiting, the point of stockpiling is it's a bit less, right? So it's actually a lot less random, right? And like on my new account, right, I've been kind of, just because chat wants me to, we pretty much just roll on story whenever the fuck, you know, we're pretty much just rolling when we got the SQ, and we're getting all kinds of weird random shit, right? We're all over the place, right? Although we are getting Theon over and over. I don't know what's going on with that, but anyway. You know, versus my main account where, like, I don't roll very often. I just sit there stockpiling them for ages, right? But I don't get as much random stuff, right? Like, I got Canis and Romulus. That's not a coincidence, right? So if you want to manipulate, if you want to, like, have more influence over what units you do get, it makes more sense to stockpile. If you just want stuff, then you might as well just roll whenever, because you're in the long run, it's just math. You're just going to get, you know, the same amount of stuff one way or the other. Also, you might, you know, like this is actually a situation I'm in often. There's just not that many 5-stars that I like. But what I do, that's why I have 2,000 SQ right now. There's just not enough stuff that gets rated up that I'm actually tempted to roll over. Like, it's legitimately why, right? And so when they finally get around to rolling up something that I do care about, I'm generally able to get it to like NP 2 or 3, and then, which is nice, because I'd have to spend a dime and you get something you really like at a decent NP rank. And then I don't need to roll on it anymore, right? Because now I've got it, and then I just kind of go back to saving up. So it's actually kind of nice not having a lot of 5-stars that you like. It actually works out really well. Oh, sometimes they still release them in a short period of time, and that can be kind of annoying, but nothing you can really do about that. But yeah, some people are just like so adamant that you should never roll story. I honestly don't agree, and it really comes down to you. It's like if you know, oh my god, this I don't know, maybe your favorite's like Hokusai or something, right? And you just got to get Hokusai. Then yeah, you should just save up until she's rated up. Yeah, maybe you do some rolling here and there to kind of, you know, give you a baseline and stuff. But then yeah, you save up for Hokusai, and you know that makes sense. I get that. But there's a lot of people also, they just like loads of things. Like yeah, I like Hokusai, but I also like, you know, Artoria Lancer Alter, and I like Tesla, and I like Asclepius, and I like, you know, they just like stuff all over the map. So like, yeah, just fuck it, I'll just roll and get what I get. So it depends on you. But yeah, there's a lot of benefits to rolling story, because one, you get random, you know, spooks on like story locked people that most people don't get, like, you know, Coup Alter or something. And then you get, you know, Asclepius and Bedivere and all that kind of stuff rather easily. Generally, you can get those characters kind of easily if you kind of wait for them to, you know, get like a saber, you know, rate up, or, you know, or class rate up, and, you know, or they just get rated up on their own, stuff like that. But yeah, if you kind of just want to get, you know, Caster Coup, Bedivere, you know, Asclepius, you know, nice and timely, then yeah, just keep rolling story until you get them, and it works out generally. And yeah, you can get, and honestly, I kind of forget about this. This is a pretty legit reason to roll story. A lot, not all, but a lot of banners have rated up CEs with them, right? It's very common that, like, oh man, I really like Musashi, and then Musashi's rated up for this event, and then she's also rated up with, like, the event CEs and stuff. And a lot of times the event CEs aren't very good, right? They might, sometimes they are, but a lot of times they're not really that baseline, and you don't really need them that much. You might want them for the event, because they might make the event easier, but the event is fleeting, right? And it's not, who cares, right? It's not, in the long run, it's not a big deal. You know, it's really good to get, things like K-Scope and Imaginary Around and, you know, Formal Craft and Origin Bullet and the K-Nith CE and stuff like that. And your odds of getting those are better when there aren't rated up CEs, right? When there's rated up CEs, you're more likely to get the rate up, right? And a lot of times the rated up CEs aren't actually worth getting in the long run that much. And so if you just keep rolling story, you know, you're more likely to get things like, you know, Heaven's Feel and all that stuff. And those CEs are super useful. They're really fundamental CEs, and thankfully, you know, they're unlimited. I feel okay. I feel like I can't say the K-Nith. Oh my God! I almost said the K. I almost said it. I almost said it. Every time I say the K-Nith CE, K-Nith CE gives a sub, and I feel bad about that, but I do appreciate it. But God, I almost said it backwards there, but thank you for the gifted sub. But to fall victim to the meme here. I'm gonna BRB real quick, chat. I need to get more water. I'm almost gonna grab something to eat real quick. I don't want to, like, you know, die. Yeah, CEs are good. I got a muffin. Alright, so I was thinking about this. If I had to start over, like if I lost all of my accounts for whatever reason and had to start completely over, I would roll story for a bit. I would. Like, for real, if I had to start completely over, just have one account, I would roll story until I got a nice, you know, backbone of units and, you know, MP5 coup. So another thing, kind of a nice segue here, I was thinking about this, and I figured a lot of people have been thinking about this. I think my chat's going to disagree with me on this, though, but that's fine. A lot of my viewers are NA players. But, you know, things are kind of in the air right now with Aniplex. You know, this whole QApp situation is kind of confusing, and we're not really sure what the deal is. And, you know, they might be making it really difficult to play JP. We'll see. I never bash NA. People just can't take facts, man. Anyway, but so I was thinking about it. If I had to start over because of this, you know, Aniplex nonsense, you know, it'd be way harder for me to stop playing JP and have to play NA than it would be for me to just start over on JP, right? Even if I lost everything, I'm like, yeah, I'll just Grail Coup again. Like, seriously, like, fuck it, I'll just, you know, Grail Coup again. As they add new command codes, I'll look out for good command codes, and I'll just grab those and build up again. So if I lost everything and I had to start over on JP, it wouldn't really bother me. But if I lost access to JP and I had to play NA, that would be very difficult for me. And it's not because I hate NA or anything, it's just because it's 2 years behind, right? It's like the command codes are always behind. You know, if they add a new unit, if they added, you know, Saber Coup, I can't get it, right? You know, and that sucks. It's easy for me to play NA as an ult, right? Because like, oh hey, I remember this challenge quest, it was fun, you know, stuff like that. But like, it'd be really difficult for me to just play NA as my main, just because it's, you know, just I've already done everything, right? It's old stuff, and you don't get to see the new stories. That would suck a lot for me. I'm not even sure I would do it. I'm not sure. I don't know. But yeah, if I lost everything and had to start over on JP, I wouldn't even bat an eyelash, really. I wouldn't be happy about it, but the only reason I'd be kind of annoyed is because you have limited time units you can't really work towards. You know, like Arthur and stuff. That'd be the main thing that would annoy me. Thankfully, most of my favorites are 3 stars, though. So. Yeah, a lot of Europeans too used QApp to update NA, not JP. I will say Clairvoyance on NA is nice. That is legitimately awesome, and that is nice. But I really enjoy, you know, being able to use the new units when they come out, and be able to, you know, fight Zeus when he came out and that kind of stuff, you know. It's always being 2 years behind, I just would not really enjoy. A lot of people are taking QApp's word at face value, which maybe maybe it is true, but I really don't, because so QApp basically came out and said the reason FGO got taken down was because of, you know, Aniplex not wanting FGO JP to be available in other regions. That's what they said in the Chinese version of their announcement. In the English version, they said they took it down because of new marketing strategies from Aniplex or whatever. And that may be the reason, but I doubt it. And there's a lot of reasons I doubt it. Now, it's totally possible, and this has been, I'm very familiar, for my whole life I've played a lot of, I've followed the game industry, I have friends that work in the game industry, and I've very much kept an eye on Korean developers and Japanese developers, because I've liked a lot of, you know, Asian games and stuff. And there are a lot of Asian companies that really have not caught up with the times when it comes to like region blocks, and they get really dumb ideas about, you know, when it makes sense to region block and whatnot. Oh my god, Gundam games, don't even get me started on that. So it's possible that Aniplex is trying to pull some, you know, nonsense with region locking stuff. But I doubt it, and the reason why is it's not like, look at any PR statement from any gaming company ever, right? Like, we're always having drama with EA and Activision and Ubisoft and all these, you know, all these things. You know, we have drama pop up all the time in the gaming industry. And, you know, sometimes you have like an unlawful firing or plagiarism even, and stuff like that happens. And bad business practice with DLC and getting into law drama with like the UK especially. And when you look at the statements these companies put out, I mean, it's bullshit. Like, you know, and like a lot of times it's pretty like, you know, what happened is like, you know, maybe an unlawful firing, right? And then their statement will like warp it into some conversation that has nothing to do with that, and it's just like, it's PR bullshit. Like, it's just total, you know, BS. Like the gaming industry, and a lot of industries, but the gaming industry is just so full of that kind of like PR bullshit. So, for example, whatever the reason is for why QApp got the smack, be it the Waltz game or any other reason, it's not like QApp would actually own up to that if it made them look bad. That's the thing, no company owns up to something if it makes them look bad. They just don't do that, right? So let's say it was the Waltz thing. They're not gonna say that, right? And then if it's some other thing that's even more serious, they're definitely not gonna say that. And not only that, but fucking Aniplex probably wouldn't email them the actual reason. This is so common when companies send like takedown notices and things like that. A lot of times they don't use real speak. You know, let's say Aniplex is just pissed over the Waltz game. They're not gonna put that in a fucking email. They're not gonna like, yeah, fuck you guys. You went around the download limit. Like, they're not gonna say that. They're gonna say some other, you know, PR bullshit. Like, here's an example I want to give. Now, I have no idea. This is just, you know, speculation. I'm just using this as an example. But it was like when Dr. Disrespect got banned, right? No one knows why. And then he came out and said that Twitch didn't inform him why, right? He didn't say he didn't know why he got banned. He said they didn't inform him why. And so that kind of implies that he doesn't even know. But that's not... He probably knows. That's the thing. I really think Twitch may have legitimately sent him an email that was just bullshit, right? That they don't really say why he's getting banned and it's just nonsense, right? Because it could have been, just an allegation. You know, it could have been something like that where they didn't really have a hard... evidence or anything like that, but they didn't want to be associated with them anymore. Who knows? I have no idea what happened behind the scenes. But, it's totally possible that he absolutely knows why he got banned. Twitch knows why he got banned, but their email was bullshit, and then he uses that as, oh, they didn't say why, they didn't say why I got banned, right? Stuff like that happens all of the time in the gaming industry. It is so normal. Companies do not generally come out and straight talk. That's not a thing. But yeah, it's not even unique. It's not even unique to, like, oh my god, I've worked for companies where we did things that were questionable, and I remember our like statements about it and stuff were just bullshit. Like, god, they were just so bullshit. It's obnoxious, but that's just the way most companies are these days. Or actually, it's kind of always been that way. Oh, I'm sure, like with the doc situation, I'm sure whatever email they sent him got the point across, like between the lines. That doesn't mean they explicitly say what happened, and that's what I kind of think. It's very likely that's what Aniplex did to QApp. That would not surprise me. If they didn't really give the true reason why they took it down, they might just cite some bullshit about region locking or whatever. We'll see. It's also possible that they are about to, the Aniplex is about to pull a bunch of region bullshit. We'll find out soon, because if they are trying to do that, they're gonna take it off APK Pure and all that too. So time will tell if they're doing that or not. I've seen it before. I've seen companies that for a long time don't enforce like region locking and stuff, and then they just randomly do, and a lot of times it doesn't work out so hot. Especially Asian companies, they do it a lot. And sometimes it's like, sometimes they'll partner with someone from a different region, and that partner wants them to region lock. Like sometimes you'll have a game, like maybe it starts in Korea, and then eventually goes to Europe and NA. And before it had gone to Europe and NA, they didn't region lock the Korean version. But a different publisher is in charge of the NA and the European version, and a lot of times they'll ask their Korean version to region lock it, because they think that'll get more players to play their version, right? That are like, because they'll have a lot of like North American players playing the Korean version. I really dislike that logic though, because that pisses people off. Generally speaking, if someone is really in, like, people know if you've been playing the Korean version since day one, and then you release an NA version, it's not like those people don't know that you added an NA version. They know. They've just decided they would rather play the Korean version, right? And trying to force them to play... It's same with FGO. It's like people have been playing JP this whole time. Trying to force them to play NA is stupid, right? That's not a good idea. It's not like I'm more likely to spend my money on NA, right? If anything, I would think that I'm less likely to spend my money on NA. And I don't mean me, because I don't really spend much money on FGO anyway, but most people I would think would be less likely to spend money on NA just because they have clairvoyance. They have such strong clairvoyance. It's easier for them to get by, and save up for the stuff they care about. Now, some people want so many things they're going to have to whale anyway. But I don't really see it being a good move for them to region lock. But companies make bad decisions sometimes. Yeah, I think 100%. If FGO started enforcing region locking, they would definitely lose money. And it would really suck for Europe, because they don't have a European version. I suspect what they would do, which would this would show such biasm, but if they did it, I kind of suspect what they would do is they'd either make a European version, or, and this is the thing I think would show a lot of like bullshit, is they would region lock the Japanese version, so like European and North American players couldn't play it, but they would not region lock the North American version from Europe. Because they're kind of wanting the Europeans to dip into NA then, so they will at least spend their money there. But they're not going to be bothered to actually make a European version. Yeah, I guess they could do that. They might, actually make NA global, but then it's, basically everything but Japan, right? And China, obviously. There's ways around region locks though, with like VPNs and that kind of stuff. Like Vandictus, they did it too when they made the NA version. They region locked the Korean version, and they actually used the region lock. I actually think they still might, because Vandictus had a lot of different versions, right? It had Japanese, Chinese, Korean, European, North American. And for a long time, I remember the European one was locked from NA and vice versa. But then eventually the European one shut down, and then they got rid. Then surprise, surprise, guys! When they shut down the European version, then they stopped region locking the North American version so the Europeans could play it. Like, it's just that kind of stuff annoys me so much. Vandictus has such a fucked up history. It's like its development history is nuts. I'm pretty sure they could make an EU version, because there's other games that have much worse gachas than FGO, and they are in Europe. So the UK especially can be very difficult though, because I know the UK is way more uptight about that kind of stuff, which honestly they kind of rightfully so. I think a lot of these gacha games do need to change their business models. Like, for real, I don't think this is a great business model. I play it in spite of the business model, not because of it. And F8's pretty popular in EU. It's spread out, but the total number of players from EU is actually quite high. Like, there's a lot of EU players on NA, man. Like, a fuckload. It's almost like Europe is a huge part of Earth or something. But yeah, honestly, I think gacha games need to update their business models dramatically. I think not only could they update them in ways that could actually potentially make them more money, but they could make them way fairer, like way fairer. Because the thing is, there are people like me, where I have money. I'm not like, living paycheck to paycheck. I'm lucky like that. If I'm really into a game, I don't mind putting some money into it from time to time. But I won't gamble. I don't do that. I don't want to. I'm not going to spend $300 on a maybe. That's just not going to happen, right? And there's a lot of people like me. There's a lot of fucking people like me. Right? So I'm willing to give them money, but not with the business model that they have. It's just not going to happen. Or if you make a business model that's more even out, and you're not focusing on like 10 guys that are whaling like crazy, I'm exaggerating, but a lot of times you can make more money that way, right? It's like League of Legends makes buttloads of money, and it's because it has a business model that is kind of more aimed at, more people are able to spend money. It's like get less money, but for more people. Look, you gotta understand something, right? Like, I eat a lot of I just eat I just eat like straight oranges, and I eat like straight, unprepared things because I like them. It's not a financial thing. It's just, how do I put this? It's like, okay, look at broccoli, okay? Broccoli to me tastes worse if you cook it or you steam it or anything like that. I think it tastes worse that way. Right? I absolutely do not like it as much that way. It also takes more time to fix it that way, and it loses a lot of its nutrients, right? So it's quicker, healthier, and cheaper to eat this way, right? I eat a lot of raw vegetables and just raw fruit and stuff like that. And it's quick, it's easy, it tastes good. It's like, fuck it, right? I don't why jump through all these two? And sure, there are some prepared meals that do taste really good and stuff, but it doesn't. It's not like those kinds of things taste so much better to me that I think it's actually worth the time and the money. It generally is not. There are a few things. I make some exceptions for certain things. It's not like I'm always eating, like raw oranges and broccoli and shit. But like, quick looping. I do like some grilling. I haven't done it in a long time, but I do. Yeah, grilling can be good. I enjoy like a good hamburger and whatnot. I try not to eat hamburgers much though. I really do. And over the last, I don't know, 5 years, I've really cut back on red meats. They're just because it's ultimately because I realized, first of all, red meats are much worse for you. And white meats are actually a lot of times, you know, good in your diet if in moderation and stuff. So, and I was like, I kind of like white meat more anyway. Like, so I was like, it's not a lot of reason for me to eat a lot of red meat because it's bad for you, and it doesn't taste better to me. So I do eat red meat on occasion, very rare occasion, but I do try to stay off red meat. But you can grill white meat. You know, grilled chicken is good. Who doesn't like grilled chicken? And like, never mind the health aspect, you know, red meat can like affect your digestion a lot and all that, so I'm kind of, yeah, I don't really miss it too much. I do agree that red meat does taste really good, but I mean, so does you know, turkey. You know, like turkey's awesome. Good God, I love turkey. You know, a lot of white meat is really tasty, so. I've lost a lot of my taste, period, so that's another reason why it's really easy for me to eat, it's really easy for me to, you know, eat more, you know, raw, you know, veggies or fruit or whatever. I have mixed feelings. Like that, I had a surgery, right, and I lost a lot of feeling in my tongue, and as such, I've lost a lot of my taste. And I don't know how to feel about it. Like there are certain aspects to it that really do suck, and like it really does like make trying new foods a lot less awesome and things like that. But there are a lot of positives too, to be honest. Like you know, it is easier. Although I will say, my God, there are random foods that just taste terrible now. Even though like my taste is way weaker, they're just, I don't know how to describe it. There are certain things now that just taste like plastic, and it's just like, oh God, right? And sometimes it's foods that are healthy for you and stuff like that. So that kind of sucks. But it is easier to eat like really healthy stuff that tastes bad when you don't have a lot of taste. So I don't know. I have mixed feelings about the whole thing. I know a lot of people that don't like fish, but I have to say I like fish. You know. My father's side is Korean, right? And he fixed, you know, I was growing up, a lot of that kind of stuff. So I like sushi and kimchi and seaweed and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, I'm a huge fan of fish. I really like fish. Fish is good. Wow, we don't need giant enemies anymore. We still need rare enemies. I think. Oh, please tell me I've been bringing you this whole time. I'm not 100% sure I've had you in the back row, and I'm not sure she's been building Bond. I'm gonna do one more apple, then I'm probably gonna switch accounts because we've gotten a good bit done here. Oh, thank God we had you on the team. Yeah, salmon's good, tuna's good. I don't know how we got into the food topic. That seems to happen a lot in my stream. You know, Bloody Mary, yeah. I don't even eat cereal that much, but... And it's not like, okay, dude, you want weird? I've said this before, but this is the weirdest shit I know of when it comes to people's odd eating habits. You know, people make fun of me eating hot dog buns. My mother microwaves cereal. Like, she gets the cereal, puts the milk in, and then microwaves it. That is the weirdest shit I have ever seen, and that's disgusting. I do not understand that. But yeah, she does that, and me and my brother are just like, okay, like, if that's how you want it. Oatmeal's good, man. I like oatmeal, but the cereal's not oatmeal. Like I don't think eating hot dog buns is really that weird, right? It's a fairly easy snack food. It does not seem that crazy to me. I don't see how eating a hot dog bun is weirder. I mean, like, hot dog buns taste fine. People like bread, right? It's bread. It's not like I put the broccoli in the hot dog bun, right? That doesn't happen. They're eaten separately. So it's funny. It's not surprising that when I grew up I eat this way though, because thinking back on it, and I remember people would comment on this sometimes. Anytime I would eat a meal that was like, you know, you have like your this on the side and then this thing and that thing, right? I would not like jump around. I would just eat one thing until it was gone, and then eat another thing until it was I don't care for the whole like, you know, eating a bit of your main dish, bit of your side dish, then drink a bit. Like I don't do that. I always just like you eat all of this thing and all of this thing. So it's totally normal for me to like, yeah, I'm just gonna eat an orange, right? Or I'm just gonna eat like, you know, that's generally how I do things. Wait, Arthur didn't kill. Feels bad. It's because I didn't use his third skill. So he didn't have the giant thing, and I didn't use the Mystic Code either. Shaking my head, bad unit, yeah. Needs an upgraded NP, man. Some things are good combined, but like I used to work in a pizza place, and it's like so many people would just like load up toppings. They're like, more toppings the better, right? And if they could afford it, or they had like a deal for like unlimited toppings or whatever, they're like, oh, it'd be a waste to not just throw more toppings on it. Where that's the bad ending, man. That's the wrong route. Like if you just, a lot of ingredients do not mesh well, and then you end up not tasting anything because it's just such a hodgepodge of random bullshit, right? You gotta be selective about your ingredients. Like I'd like to combine things on pizza, but you gotta be like tactical about it, right? You can't just slap, you know, everything together ever, right? You know, you go with 2 or 3 ingredients normally, and sometimes more than that can work. But like, you know, chicken and green olive, that's good. But if you do chicken, green olive, beef, and tomato, it's like, okay, we're getting a bit, you know, you're not gonna taste a lot of that anymore. I pretty much just drink water. I drink water and then like lemonade sometimes, or lemon water, you know, orange juice. It's like lemonade, like orange juice, apple juice, water. I'm overwhelmingly water though. So much fucking water. I'm too lazy to drink anything else, and water is fine. So pineapple on pizza is totally fine. I like pineapple on pizza. You just have to make a pizza tailored to it. I don't like. You can't just slap pineapple on like a pepperoni pizza. That doesn't work. You know, you got to be like chicken pineapple, or maybe chicken ham pineapple, or something like that. You know, you can do tomato pineapple. That actually is pretty good too. But yeah, I don't like just slapping pineapple on whatever. But yeah, I think it's almost like a meme that people don't like pineapple. I think people hear that pineapple on pizza is weird, and then everyone thinks it's weird, right? And I'm sure legitimately some people don't like it, sure, but it's really not that crazy of a concept. And anchovies aren't bad on pizza either. I've had anchovies on pizza plenty. I actually think it's pretty good. Again, you don't want to just slap it on whatever pizza, but I remember anchovies were like the go-to nasty thing on a pizza, and I'm like, it's actually fine. Also, I remember when I was working at that pizza place, we had a lot of orders for pineapple. It was very popular. Like, it wasn't the most popular. Obviously, that was pepperoni. Like, pepperoni was overwhelmingly the most popular thing. But people doing like chicken pineapple or ham pineapple or just pineapple, and I remember extra cheese pineapple. I remember people would order that a lot. I guess I missed that job. There were aspects of it that I hated, and it didn't pay good enough ultimately. I remember my boss was even like, yeah, you really do deserve a lot more money. Because I've been working there a long time, and I was really good at making, you know, I could do everything. I could do the dough, oven, you know, I could work 2 ovens for God's sakes. And yeah, I got paid shit. So it wasn't really, that's ultimately why I quit. I did not quit that job. I liked my coworkers. I liked, you know, I really liked working with the dough and all that. It was really fun, but yeah, there just wasn't enough money, so. See ya, Golden. I really like making like the sauce and stuff. That was really fun too. It was really nice when I had worked there for a long time, because once I'd worked there a long time, I got to just do cook stuff. And I was just running around doing cooking stuff, and I really enjoyed that. And when I had to interact with the public, I hated that. That sucked. That sucked so bad. Like that I did not care for. But once I'd been working there for a while, I never had to work with the public anymore. Dude, I remember when I started working there, everybody, all my friends and stuff, even my, oh god, I have like, I still have so many friends in Canada. I don't know why, I just have a lot of friends in Canada for some reason. Anyway, but even they were saying this shit. Everybody I knew was just like, oh, you're gonna grow to hate pizza. You know, because everyone likes pizza when, you know, growing up and stuff. I remember everybody was like, oh, you're gonna grow to hate pizza. Did not happen. Actually, very much the opposite happened. I grew to like pizza way more because I got to like experiment more and try like all different combinations, and you're learning how it's made and stuff. And I always enjoy now if I go to a fancy place, so it's like more, you know, upscale pizza, if you will, which I actually generally don't like very much, or just more like your typical pizza at like, you know, like Domino's or whatever the fuck. Now I know how pizza's made pretty well, so I always like kind of just examining how they do it, because I can kind of tell, and I just really enjoy that. But yeah, just learning how it's made, and you know, thankfully I didn't work for like Domino's or something where they just like freeze, you know, their dough or anything like that. So I got to learn it ground up. It was really nice. I really enjoyed it. So yeah, I love pizza more now than ever. I haven't had pizza in so long though, because of the whole virus situation. I feel bad ordering it right now, but yeah, I do make it myself. Occasionally, but not much. I haven't made any homemade pizzas in a really long time. I should do that at some point though. My brother still does that all the time though. Yeah, it's fun to make your own pizza and stuff. Yeah, I don't ever want to have another retail job. It's like, people act like it's such a, like, you know, skillless job or whatever, and on the one hand, generally those kinds of jobs they don't like demand you to have like an engineering degree or something like that, but the mental fatigue that you get from jobs like that is just awful. Like, it's just awful. Like, I've worked, you know, higher up jobs that are harder and that kind of thing, but they're in so many ways they're easier because you're not having to deal with fucking idiots that treat you like dirt, right? So it's like, those jobs suck. They are so awful. Like, and the fact that you don't get paid a lot makes it even worse. Like, it really sucks. Yeah, that's like most people that have had to work with the public a lot will say it's just awful, and you learn a lot. You really do learn a lot, but it does. That's a big part of why I assume the worst in people, man. Like I'm legitimately bad about that. Like, if I don't know someone very well and they say some stupid shit in chat, I generally assume the worst. That I very much got that from them dealing with customers. That is 100% where I got that from, and it's not the best thing, but it happens. It happens. You deal with enough asshats and you get kind of jaded. Yeah, working zombie hours, that's not so bad. Alright, we still need rare spawns, man. Well, we're pretty far along though. We don't have too much left to do here. And yeah, we'll switch accounts. I don't want to blow too many apples here. Not too much. Do I already have all the CEs? Oh god, you must need a CE drop from this fucking event. What's in the shop again? I think it's a lot of stuff I don't actually care about. I care about these. I do definitely care. I'm going to buy these right the hell now. Because those really haven't been available much up to this point. But yeah, most of the stuff in this event I don't care about too much. Oh, care about that. I'm probably going to try to buy everything from the shop eventually, but, you know, pecking order. Yeah, there's no skipping on bones. Dude, I know, code removers are so pointless now. They're completely pointless. Alright, let's see. I guess we'll play, I guess we'll just do the regular ult account. Just on the same phone anyway, so... I have no idea why those are in the shop, to be honest. I don't get it. See you, Shadow. I actually don't know why I didn't have to resize the screen. Normally when I switch to my ult account, it makes me resize the screen. I have no idea why it didn't do that. Samsung Flow being merciful? I don't even know. It's not like the updated Flow or anything. I'm legitimately confused. I'm just using Samsung Flow right now. Like, the fuck? Like, look, I'm even gonna fuck up the window just to see Samsung Flow. I don't understand. Like, why did it do that? I wish it did this all the time. It'd make my life so much easier. I'm so confused. I'm so sure it's just next time it's not gonna do that, and we're gonna have to go right back to resizing the screen every time. Midgill will get a video someday. It's gotta be the right moment. Wait, don't I already have a Jin-K video? I mean, I don't think she has a solo, but I've got her animation update, and then I've got her as like the main DPS against Ivan, which was hilariously worse. That was so funny how much worse that was to 100 Face. I don't think, did I ever make a 100 Face video? But I know we streamed it. We've actually streamed 100 Face versus Ivan multiple times on different accounts. And it's funny, it's so easy to wreck Ivan, like on a really budget-friendly team, you know, the Mammoth Ivan. On a really budget-friendly team, you know, like 3-star CEs even with 100 Face, right? But you can't do that at all with 10K. You gotta up the ante a bit. It was so night and day how much better 100 Face was for Ivan. I was proud. I enjoyed that Jin-K setup because it was more difficult. I ended up using Matahari in a pretty interesting way. Like, you could use your skill seal to limit when Ivan can remove your buffs and all kinds of shit like that. Like, I really liked that Jin-K setup. It was objectively worse. Than a 100 Face setup, but the gameplay was actually really enjoyable, so I actually really liked that video. God, I love that David Solomon. I'm so glad that Memorial Quest didn't work like the original, where it wasn't bond based, right? Because if it was like that, David would have had 100% bonus damage, and then that would have made it a good bit easier. And a lot of like the nuance I had to learn and shit wouldn't have mattered. But yeah, because of the Memorial version, you just got a flat 50% bonus damage. It was harder, and Jesus, I had so much fun with that. When I did it off stream, I really like sat down and really tried to figure it out, and then I finally realized that Max had equipped David with a debuff removal command code. As soon as I realized that helped a lot. I don't know why I realized that when I was streaming it. Guess these doesn't matter too much on this account. I mean, chat. I'm gonna delegate this to chat, right? What do you think my favorite knight in Castle Crashers is? I feel like there's enough people in chat that know what Castle Crashers is to figure this out. Red, I should have expected this from chat. They're just trolling now. It's obviously the Green Knight. Though I actually like a lot of characters in Castle Crashers. I really do like the Grey Knight. The Grey Knight's fucking awesome because he's like the other knight, right? He's like the the Grunt Knight, right? I really like Grey Knight. So Green Knight's my favorite, but then I like Grey Knight. There's several other green characters I like. I think a lot of the enemy characters don't have official names. They have like nicknames that people give them. But I think like the nickname for him is like the Brute. He's just like just another Green Knight. He's like a Green Knight in like dark green armor, and he's just one of the enemies. But he's unlockable. He's really cool. I like the Barbarian. The Barbarian's cool. Necromancer's cool. Who doesn't like Necromancer? I mean, obviously, you just have to rectify that mistake, Vol. Yeah, I do like Grey Knight a lot. I like Grey Knight a bunch. I love his face, man. Dude, the saddest part, it's funny, Castle Crashers is not a sad game, but there's one moment in that game that always legitimately makes me feel sad. It's like in one of the earlier stages, there's a lot of like fighting going on in the background, and there's a Grey Knight giving CPR to another Grey Knight, but like that knight's probably dead. That is so sad, dude. It feels so bad. Like he's just trying to save his buddy, man. Like it's the worst, man. Like the Grey Knights are the best. Oh yeah, we actually got to do the story here. That game is legitimately funny though. If you play that game blind and you haven't seen a Let's Play or anything like that, and you just play through it, that game is very funny. It's that's a very enjoyable experience. I think this is another. This is Fujino nonsense. I think who's gonna survive. I wish. Now I get it. That game is supposed to be a brawler. It's supposed to be, you know, more casual and stuff, and that's fine. I'm not saying I want it to be Dark Souls. Everyone always trying to say that's what I'm saying. I do wish the combat was a little bit more involved. It does not need to be some super in-depth crazy stuff, but the combat is a little dumb. Like it's just pretty much mash X. And yeah, you can do like the juggling and blah 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 blah. But even the juggling is really boring because the meta is just like do a launch combo and then just sit there doing X X X X in the air over and over. Like that's. I just wish the combat was a little bit more, interesting. Like it doesn't even have to be harder, just more combos and stuff, right? Like the combat is just really simplistic. It's still fun and there's some cool boss, mechanics and stuff and just like neat things to do. And that, like I said, that game is way more just for like some casual fun and that's fine. But yeah, I just wish the combo was just nothing crazy, just a little bit more interesting. Oh yeah, the pets. I like the alligator. Yeah, I remember I first played Castle Crashers with my friend Kai the Gamer. He's does FGO stuff as well, but yeah, we were younger lads. Don't remember how old we were when that came out. I know we were definitely like later teenagers or something. Don't quite remember. That's a really old game now, actually. I might play Fall Guys. I know of it. I know it's kind of like an obstacle course game or something like that. I don't know that much about it, but it might be fun if I could play it with chat. Like if we can, I don't know if you can make your own lobbies or something, but if we can make a lobby and just pile on a bunch of people from chat, and like especially if like no one knows what they're doing, right? Like if like almost everyone hasn't played it, like Streamer Boy included, right? I think that would be a lot of fun. I'm trying to get Cairo and like Rex and stuff in there. I think that would be really fun if I could do a stream where, all the random people around screwing shit. I do feel like I'll get stream sniped into oblivion if I do that, but fair enough. That's just the way of it. But it would be funny to see how that goes. I can see why that got popular. That actually, I mean, from what I've seen of that, that looks pretty fun. Just kind of like, lots of people in the obstacle course. I think that's, it's kind of like online, what was that called? Like Ninja Warrior or whatever, It's like a bunch of people doing that at once. I can totally see why that got popular. Yeah, honestly, I don't think it'd be that fun if it was only like 3 people at once. I think a big part of what makes it fun is all these different people trying to, you know, do the same obstacle at the same time, and you know, that kind of, that's like the big part of it, I think. I've kind of gone out of my way to not watch a lot of it though. I only know of it actually because Rex told me about it, and but I figure it'd be more fun to not know it very well. I don't want to like know the courses or anything, so. So can you set it up, like, because this would be the dream, this would, I think, would make a good stream. Oh god, this stage is so dumb. I remember this one. Anyway, what would make it really good is if we could make like a private lobby so we get everyone from chat that has it, and then you can open the lobby up to randoms, because you want a full lobby, right? I don't think we have enough people in chat that would have it and everything to like fill up a game that way. So you'd want to get like a lot of people from your chat in, and then you allow randoms to come in. I do not believe that is a thing, no, feels bad. You can do that in Risk of Rain, though. I feel, dude, Risk of Rain impresses me so much from a development standpoint. Like, it's an indie developer, a very small game, and they do so much to make that game better. They've already added they've added more game modes than FGO ever has. Like, they've added like 3 game modes to that game, right? And they do lots of quality of life stuff. Again, indie dev, and they have a ridiculously good like lobby system now for like online play. You can mix and match with like randoms and non-randoms, or just randoms or just non-randoms. Like it's a fucking indie game, and they're putting all these like big budget games in FGO to complete shame. Numbers don't really matter though. Like that's not that with the netcode technology we have now. The issue is generally not connecting that many people, because, for example, Risk of Rain still has to list all the lobbies and stuff. Like it's actually still connecting. Like their servers are peer-to-peer technology. I think they're peer-to-peer. Anyway, their netcode is still having to interact with that many people. It doesn't matter that they're not putting them all in the same game. It's just like MMOs. You know, a server can have thousands and thousands and thousands of people on it, right? But they're not all in the same location at the same time. Normally. And the thing about FGO is not even trying. That's the thing. They're literally not even, they're not even trying to like make new game modes and that kind of thing. And it's not, in terms of netcode, it's not complicated. Like there are, netcode can be very complicated. That's very complicated. But the complicated part is not having private lobbies and public lobbies and being able to like have a private lobby, invite people, then make it not private and other people can join. That's not a big deal. That's pretty easy to do. It's just most games don't even think to do that, but it's actually not, there's nothing complicated about that. I mean, for God's sakes, like you can do that in Overwatch. I'm not sure. It's really hard to say if it's the developer's fault. We just don't know enough about behind the scenes. Like a lot of it could be Aniplex, because Aniplex is ultimately the one that sets the budget and that kind of stuff, right? They pay DW, like, because I've said this before. If DW is not being paid very well, they have no reason to go above and beyond, and I don't blame them. Like if DW is not being paid well by Aniplex, or Aniplex just doesn't give them the budget to hire more people, I mean, what are they going to do about it? Right, like it's at that point, their hands are tied. Right, we have no idea what their contract is like. We have absolutely no idea. They could be getting shafted. Like I said this before, there is a total possibility that when they started FGO, they could have signed a 10-year contract or something crazy like that, and they haven't gotten to renegotiate it. And I can almost say for almost a fact that their original contract, there's no way it was good. That there's no world, you know, anything about the game industry, that DW's original contract was good, right? Because in the state that FGO was created, Aniplex intentionally hired a unknown, random, really small dev, right? Because FGO was supposed to be a quick cash grab. They've said that since then. FGO was supposed to be a quick cash grab. It wasn't supposed to even last that long. They did not hire an experienced developer. They went to DW because DW was cheap. You know, and DW has said this. DW had no experience. They had no experience with this kind of thing, and that's why we have spaghetti code, by the way. So we know for a fact that, you know, they were, you know, FGO was a quick cash grab, did not have a huge budget. You know, they were intentionally looking for a developer that was like basically willing to do shovelware At the time, they were looking for a developer to do shovelware, right? There is no way for a game that was intended to be shovelware that there was like an awesome contract where the developer got a really good, you know, split of the profits. That's not, or the revenue, excuse me. There's no way their original contract was like that. That's not a thing, right? Especially because then Type Moon is involved, and Type Moon is obviously taking a large cut, right? And you have to give some of the, you know, revenue to, you know, Apple and Google and stuff, you know, through the Play Store and Apple Store. So there's no way their original contract was good. Now that was 5 years ago. That's like slightly over 5 years ago now, because, you know, the development obviously took more than a year. At least I think so. Anyway, so that was a long time ago. So I would hope that they've renegotiated their contract since then. But if they haven't, they're probably still getting fucked, right? And then at that point, I'd be like, yeah, I'd be phoning it in too. Right, like seriously, if I was in some stupid contract for shovelware and the game blows up into like this giant phenomenon. Now, if Aniplex has any brains, if you go to make shovelware and then it turns out to be a huge hit and then you expand on it a lot and then it's a really popular, if you have any brains, you pay your developer better, right? It's just horrible business to try to screw over your developers like that. Unfortunately, we have a lot of instances of large companies not doing that. There's actually a lot of large developers that work for like big publishers like EA and Ubisoft and all that, and they try to, like, you know, wring them dry. It's kind of absurd, but generally that doesn't work out well in the long run. And I would hope Aniplex is smart enough to not do that. But just like how, you know, a lot of these other big companies do that kind of shit, it is totally possible that Aniplex is doing everything they can to pay DW as little as possible. And at which point, if I was DW, I'd be phoning it in too. You know, I would absolutely be coasting if I were them, if that was the situation. Now, we don't know that's the situation. We literally have no idea, but yeah, I would imagine they've renegotiated at least once by now. I can't imagine that they haven't renegotiated. But, you know, weird shit happens. But I've always said this, there is no world where DW is making quite as much money as you think, just because FGO's revenue is being split amongst so many parties. You know, you've got, you know, Type Moon, DW, Aniplex, which is owned by Sony, right? Like, the money's being split way more than most games are. You don't generally have a publisher and Type Moon. Like, they basically have two publishers, right? That's not normal. That definitely hurts their profits, like, no doubt. I know, Blizzard, oh my god. Blizzard's been known to do a really bad job with paying their employees, but a lot of information has come out recently from, like, you know, employees and stuff, and it's pretty bad. Like, some of that's just disgraceful. Especially because Activision has had record-breaking, you know, profits. Not revenue, profits. And it's ridiculous. I guess part of why their profits are so high, though, is because they do pay their employees so badly, but that's not a good look, man. Yeah, more lollies. Yeah, oh god. I'm gonna be interested to see what happens with DW. DW right now, as far as I'm aware, they're still self-publishing that other game. I don't really expect it to be a good game, but I'm just interested in how much effort DW puts into that, because if they put all the bells and whistles and it has a safety net and it has other game modes and all that shit, then that's going to be a huge sign that, you know, something is wrong behind the door. Is, you know, for FGO, and it shows that DW is definitely phoning it in for FGO. But, you know, who knows? Maybe their own game will also have, like, no game modes and all that nonsense. So I guess we'll just see. Oh yeah, a lot of the, you know, executives for Activision make all kinds of money, obviously. Activision actually has done, they've had other ups and downs, but overall they're actually doing rather well right now. Yeah, Ubisoft's pretty bad. Ubisoft's pretty bad. Really, all the really big publishers for video games are pretty scummy. But that's just how it goes. I mean, you know, the longer those companies run, the more efficient they get about profits and whatnot, and that's kind of how it works. So you get as much as you can for as little as you can. God, I remember this was a few years ago, but EA got voted the worst company, like of the year or of the decade or something. Which, granted, EA is really bad, but like it shows how bad the PR is though, because it's just video games. You got companies like, you know, pouring toxic waste into the ocean, and you had BP having the giant oil spill and all that, you know, just way more important, you know, problems. And fucking EA got voted the worst company. It's like really good PR there, guys. Can't use your Mystic Code, man. I feel like EA has actually recovered a lot in the public's eyes by purely doing nothing. Like literally, they've just done nothing and they've kept their head under the radar. And all the other companies are just being a PR disaster all the time. So I feel like EA just looks better in comparison, even though they haven't done anything really good. Oh yeah, you got companies just when they learn like a very cheap drug is suddenly, you know, useful for a disease, and they just like spike the price, that kind of shit. But yeah, that doesn't get voted worst company. Fucking EA though, them video games, man. They got voted 2 years in a row. That's pretty bad. I don't know why I didn't cast this like forever ago. I know I should just use Woo's NP, but the objective here is to not do that. Yeah, Woo's voice is really annoying to me. I don't know why I did a Brave Chain, that was really unnecessary. Now we have to suffer through this. Some people really like Wu. I don't know why, but that is a thing. Not gonna lie, I've never liked Disgaia's art very much. It's just not really my kind of art style. God, why do they give you... I have to do it. We have to try to use as little Wu as possible, but it's like... Why in God's name do they give you a fucking archer here? It's like, that's not very helpful. Look at all this NP gain from our skills not being ranked 10. I gotta say, I do not like Archer Helena very much. I know that's not very surprising, but like, more so than normal, I just really do not care for like the design, just it's... Wow, I like how our most important character is getting absolutely wrecked right now. That's not ideal. She's like our only hope here. I have no idea which. Is chat arguing about Disgaea games? I don't even know. Oh, Pokemon. Why? I swear. I look for chat for 3 seconds and they're always talking about Pokemon. The Pokey and the Mon. The animal fighting ring pits or whatever. Very morally questionable, by the way. That was a bad time for her to get stunned. I want the art card though! I should have done the flat damage up on her a while ago. That's the one way she can do damage here. Guys, don't worry, Miyu, no, never mind, Miyu can't NP. I was all like, oh, we'll help out Medusa here with Miyu's NP, but no, we cannot do that. I actually got fucked up because I drained her NP. The claw is going to come out after our guts is gone, where if I had not drained her NP, I'm pretty sure the claw would have come out when I still had it. Well, there goes Miyu. RIP NP, by the way. This is, oh my god, we're gonna have to have Wu do things. Yep, actually we might lose. Because, yeah, we lost guts. That NP drain was really bad. Oh, what a, this is going great. If Medusa lives this turn, we'll win. If she does, we might lose. We might both die here. She could. Oh no! Oh, never mind. We just kill her right now. Feels good. That's right. We've got a Vin bonus CE or whatever. No claw. Oh yeah, Medusa completely carried. So Miyu basically was there for the battery. I could have kept her alive though longer. I could have gotten the NP. I just didn't use her guts. I have so much dislike for Kiara Mini. I mean, I said today was going to be a long stream. Gotta make up for yesterday. Rex, don't worry about it. Beastly's here. What could possibly go wrong? Beastly Rex, Beastly would never lead chat in a bad direction. So, you know, you're fine. You're good. Like how this fight basically just exists to try to get people hyped for Abigail. I want to see my kids, man. Rex, we gotta go. You gotta go. It's fine. So she's immune to debuffs, so I can't do he's gonna do his stereos, but we don't get to do that. I don't think I have a single person on this account that has buff removal resistance. And if I do, they're not leveled, because it's always on characters that I generally don't like. Like, it's very common. Or I don't have them. They could probably face tank it. Fuck it. I guess I could be mental debuff immunity, but I expect that that's just straight debuff immunity. Like, yeah, that's what I thought. Normally Guts does not get removed by things that, like if something has removed defensive buffs, like Evade and Invulnerability and stuff, it normally does not remove Guts. Like if Hot Wheels in Peace Coup, he won't get rid of. He won't get. That is such sad damage, but yeah, it won't get rid of Cou's Guts. It'll live. That really is a lazy NP. I suspect though she's gonna have another NP animation in one of her other stages. Very much so. Is that how hers works, by the way? I haven't looked. Does her NP just remove defensive stuff? Because if so, then Guts would be good there. It doesn't have to be that. I mean, there's a lot of NPs that aren't very actiony, but they still are cooler than that. Like, you know, regular Abigail's NP. Yeah, I could have used Gwen's Guts there and we could have seen. I wasn't really paying attention though. I think these are mostly joke battles right now. Yeah, this is Brave Frontier. Surprised you knew that. I want to point out how horrifying it would be to fight this team. Like, if these three guys were actually working together, that would be horrifying. Like, fucking Gwen, Gilgamesh, Achilles. Like, that's just awful. That's like, just good luck. And if it's daytime, and you know Gil has some bullshit in gate that probably activates Gwen's sun thing. Man, can we get Saver in this game, dude? Like, I'd use my SQ on that, right? Like, I'd use my SQ on Saver. Like, goddamn, dude. Also, yeah, Dumas. Get Dumas in here. Can you imagine how much better Kojo's life would have been if Medea actually, like, supported him instead of just giving him a set amount of mana and, like, hoping he dies, basically? Chat, which NP do you think they would use for Saber? Do you think they'd do like the laser cannon spam one? Because I would actually be so disappointed if they did that. And they might. I don't think. I feel like it would make more sense to do that one for like his normal attacks. Do the laser cannon bullshit for his normal attacks or his extra attack, and then do, you know, the soul one for his actual NP. Like that would be so much better. If they do him, I think they'll do something special for him. I think that is a servant. You know, every once in a while they make a character and they give him some really weird mechanics and, you know, different stuff. I think they would do something. If they did do that NP for him, I think they would do something funky, not just insta death. It might have insta death on it, but I would think they would give him something wacky. I really hope they add, dude. If they add, I don't really care about the extra remake because I don't care that much about extra, but and I think the gameplay is just gonna be more paper rock scissors bullshit. But my god, if we get Saber out of this, it is all worth it. I'm just really scared that they're not gonna add him because they had that bad backlash. It wasn't that bad of backlash. I think it was like 10 guys on Twitter, honestly, but there was some drama over them using Buddha a long time ago. It's just weird that the game's been out this long and they've never used them. It is kind of odd, but you know, maybe now is the time. I really should have brought Atlas here. Oops. Yeah, also, so let me just try to break this down quickly, what Buddha's got going on. So, as Fury said, you know, first he's got this giant-ass, like, you know, ring NP that can just rain down, you know, like, artillery lasers everywhere, which, you know, that alone is, like, good luck. He's also got really good, like, martial arts skills. Like, so he's kind of surprisingly able to defend himself. He's got good stats. He drains the stats of his enemies just by existing, as Fury put it. If you're an anti-hero, he'll drain your stats by 1, so you lose 1 strength, 1 agility, 1 mana, 1 luck. If you're a regular servant, though, then he'll drain your stats by 2, which is devastating. They're both really bad. If you look at like your favorite servant and then lower their stats by 2, it's pretty bad. And then he's got a few other skills that I'm forgetting that are really good, but he's got some really weird personal skills. But the main thing, the biggest thing that makes Buddha OP as fuck is his other NP, where it's basically like sending your soul to Nirvana. He basically enlightens you, and it's almost impossible to defend against. It's an EX ranked Noble Phantasm, and it's absolutely one of the stronger Noble Phantasms out there. It's very unlikely that you're going to survive that. It's like a soul attack, basically. There is no fat Buddha. That doesn't exist. That's like a giant misconception. There is no fat Buddha. That's not a thing. The fat guy that everyone thinks is Buddha is like some other priest or prophet or something. That's not Buddha. That's been a misconception in the West for a really long time. When that's never been Buddha. Like the Buddha statues look very different from that. Yeah, it lowers the grade by 1 if you're an anti-hero, and if you're a regular heroic spirit, it lowers it by 2. Him and Kiara, like, both counter each other. They did this on purpose. They both have skills that directly counter each other. Like, they straight up say he's completely immune to all of her charm stuff. Because he hasn't just, like, kind of detached himself from his emotions. He's completely, like, gone beyond his emotions and stuff. So he's completely immune to all that nonsense from her, but she's got some, like, nonsense to, like, one of his skills and stuff too. They very much did that on purpose. They both have loads of stuff that counters each other, and it's because they're both like the main antagonist servant of you know, because CCC is like a flip side of Extra, so they very much do that on purpose. And they said in like their bios and just like other like Fate media and stuff that they do not get along, obviously, because like they're not on the same page in any way. They're about as opposite as it gets. Yeah, really the only way to survive Buddha's NP is, as Fury is saying, is if you don't have a soul, basically. Like, if you don't have a soul, it won't necessarily kill you, but almost everything does have a soul, so almost everyone's fucked. And it says, like, certain kinds of people, it'll affect them less, but it's still so overkill that it'll still kill them. Like, it hardly anybody can survive that. Adam might be able to survive it, but I actually don't know if Adam would survive it. He's not a normal golem. That's the thing. Like, a normal golem would probably survive it, but Adam is alive. Like, he's not normal. So I actually think Saber might be able... He's one of the only things that might be able to beat Adam, even if Adam made it to stage 3. Because I don't think Saber's NP is probably one of the only NPs ever that can defeat someone, but it's probably not considered hostile. Like, that's the thing, in basically when Adam gets stage 3, he basically takes over the world, and the whole world becomes a reality marble, and it's like his authority, and you're not allowed to be violent. You're not allowed, you can't, like, violence can't happen. Like, things cannot be hurt. Like, it's just like a law, basically. And he gets this, and the Earth is on his side, too. The Earth, like, blesses Adam and stuff. So generally, if Adam gets to stage 3, there's just, that's it. Like, you know, the world has changed. But if there's any attack that you could actually do, it would be Saber's, because it's not technically violence. But I'm not sure. It's hard to say. That's an insanely weird matchup. I'm pretty sure Enkidu would get attacked by it, because they've hinted a lot that Enkidu does have a soul, and he did gain one from Shiamat and that kind of thing. And they kind of said he's kind of actually weak to, like, soul attacking attacks. So I suspect that Enkidu would get wrecked by it. But I think that's one of those things where they could bullshit it. You know, Fate bullshits things all the time. If the story needed Enkidu to survive, like, oh, because he's clay made by the gods, then it doesn't work on him and blah, 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 blah. Where even though in Fate Strange Fate, they're kind of being like, oh yeah, he's really weak to those kinds of attacks. So, you know, Fate's not always super consistent with those kinds of things. Yeah, there's not much winning if Adam gets to stage 3. The idea is don't let him get to stage 3. Oh, Berserker Enkidu. Okay, yeah. Excuse me, yeah, Berserker Enkidu it probably wouldn't work on at all, I would imagine. Unless, you know, the gods gave him a soul and it just wasn't, like, you know, activated or whatever, so it's... That one's a bit funky. But yeah, I feel like Berserker Enkidu would be a decent pick. Now, Berserker Enkidu... Actually, you know what? Berserker Enkidu really is a good pick, because I was about to say, even if Buddha can't kill you with his super soul enlightening nonsense, that doesn't mean you win at all, because, you know, Buddha is crazy powerful outside of that. But Enkidu is also, like, the strongest servant ever. So yeah, if Berserker Enkidu is said to be stronger than Lancer Enkidu, and Lancer Enkidu's, like, on par with Gilgamesh, so it's kind of like good luck. So yeah, but if Berserker Enkidu is safe from that NP, I think he would win, because I think Berserker Enkidu is strong enough with all this other stuff to overcome Buddha's, you know, stat drain and you know, laser artillery and, you know, all that stuff. So yeah, I think Berserker Enkidu got that most likely. I would say overall, with the information they've given, Berserker Enkidu is probably the strongest servant out there. But he's also, according to Gil, he's basically not even supposed to be summonable. He's basically a god. I mean, it's pretty easy to get Adam to stage 3. You just activate him and wait. Like, that's all you do. He almost made it to stage 2 in the book. He never made it past stage 1 in the book. That's something the anime really failed to capture. The book did such a good job of explaining how strong Adam would get, and how much stronger he was getting as time was going on, and how, like, worried Chiron and Joan of Arc were about him getting to just the stage 2. They really set the stakes, and they kind of, like, just explained how ridiculous Adam gets. But the anime didn't do that at all, which really sucked. But yeah, he just gets stronger as... He doesn't have to do anything. He literally just starts advancing. You know, the second he's activated, he just starts slowly building up and gets stronger and stronger, and his influence on the world gets stronger and stronger. And the world is, you know, feeding him more and more mana. Because that's the thing, the second he gets activated, the Earth is just like, oh, I'm on this guy's side. Like, the Earth is a big fan of Adam, and it starts feeding him mana and healing him and all that shit. Yeah, they've hinted at Berserker and Kido here and there, but they've never really... They've not gone into it a lot. Fate Strange Fake has gone into it the most, and not Time Moon. FGO has actually hinted at it a little bit in that recent interlude. So we'll see. They might do something with it. I have no idea what the stage is. So I agree with Max's motto there. How good is Ziggurat's costume? I mean, that's completely subjective. I like it. I don't think I really like it more than in stage 2, but it's cool. Like, I love Arjuna doesn't really like it, so you know, it's just subjective things. Berserker and Q2 versus Ort, that'd be pretty awesome. I would imagine Ort would win just because Ort seems insane, but honestly, I don't know. I mean, we don't know enough about Berserker and Q2 to say, and with how incredibly overpowered regular Enkidu is, if there was a servant that was going to go toe-to-toe with Ort, it would probably be Berserker and Enkidu, so we'll just have to see, I suppose. We'll have to see, you know, because they haven't fully detailed a lot of the stuff with Ort, and they haven't detailed a lot of stuff with Enkidu, so... I mean, Berserker Enkidu doesn't need all the anti-divinity stuff. I don't think people realize how just broken regular Enkidu is, even if the opponent does not have divinity. This is not gameplay we're talking about, this is lore. I don't think people grasp. He has just as much variety as Gilgamesh does. Gilgamesh has all these crazy noble phantasms, all these crazy effects, and they don't take mana and all this bullshit. Enkidu can create items out of his clay and out of the earth that are equivalent to all those crazy effects and different treasures and bullshit that Gil has, right? The one thing he doesn't have AO, obviously. And then Berserker Enkidu is even said to be even stronger, right? So it's pretty scary. That being said, so are types, right? And now we really do not know how strong Ort is. You know, first of all, they've implied that he may not even be a type, and if he is, he's not necessarily type Mercury. I actually think Ort is probably the ultimate one of the Ort cloud, because, you know, the name, and they kind of implied that in Lost Belt 5, and I think something's happened. I just think something's happened that's mixed him up with Mercury for some reason. Maybe he killed type Mercury, and he took over the mantle, who knows? And they may have dropped that plot point, we'll just have to see, but like in notes, it straight up does not, they make it seem like they want you to think he's type Mercury, but he's actually not, right? Because they put question mark next to him being type Mercury, that doesn't actually say he's type Mercury, nothing confirms it. They straight up say, it just says this in his character material book, that there may be something from Mercury that's even stronger than him. It just straight up says that, right? It says like he may not actually be the ultimate one of Mercury, and there may be something else that's even stronger, right? I think we may never see that other thing. I think that other thing might actually be dead. Maybe Ort teamed up with the Crimson Moon and killed type Mercury, and now he's like pretending to be type Mercury or some bullshit. I don't know. Who knows what the fuck is going on? But it puts into question how strong Ort is. We really don't know. And it also, it does, again, it's not reading between the lines. The character material book does flat out say Ort is not the strongest of them, right? It just straight up says that. It doesn't say which ones are stronger, but I assume it's definitely Jupiter. Like, Jupiter is just ridiculous. Like, Jupiter's fucking bullshit. But it straight up says Ort is not the strongest of the types. It just straight up says that. So, he's definitely powerful, but, you know, he might be in Pluto tier for all we know. I doubt that, but rip Pluto, by the way. Also, even type Pluto is really OP. That's the thing. Like, even Pluto would beat the living shit out of most things in the Nasuverse. No, the gods did not send Enkidu to Tiamat. The gods sent Enkidu to put Guild in line. The Uruk sent Tiamat to Enkidu because they were like, oh shit, this guy really OP, we need to do something about this. I want to point out that she really did basically save the day. Like, everything would have been so fucked if it wasn't for her. Yeah, right now, pretty much Galen and Kidu are like the strongest servants, but then Berserker and Kidu is said to be stronger than Lancer and Kidu and all that kind of shit, so. Yeah, I do want to see Humbaba. It looks like his spirit has gotten, like, in Fate Strange Fake, has been fused with someone else. Like, basically, we know something's going on with Humbaba and Fate Strange Fake. But so, it was like, basically, they were trying to summon someone, and it's speculated that someone was actually Berserker Edison. And something was, and this part we know. We don't know what they were summoning, but something was going wrong, and like the summoning wasn't working. And Ishtar did something to stabilize it. And a lot of people think she basically put a different soul in the container or something like that. Like she put like some soul from, you know, ancient times or shit into the body, and that has like taken over it. And it's probably Humbaba, right? Because like Enkidu straight up is reacting to it like it's Humbaba when it's like screaming and shit. So I think it's some kind of like amalgamation of like Berserker Edison with Humbaba's soul inside or some weird bullshit, or like somebody's got completely hijacked and it's just straight Humbaba, but I don't think it is. I don't think it's just straight Humbaba. I'd have to read the ending of like the second to last book again because I think they kind of talked about it a bit. I mean, God Juna generally is the normal God Juna you can summon is not like God Juna in the Lost Belt, and he's much weaker. He's still really fucking powerful, don't get me wrong. A lot of people don't realize how... A lot of people think the Lost Belt God Juna is just God Juna, like generic God Juna. It's not. But it's kind of hard to say, like, because we've never seen Sane Hercules. I can't believe I'm saying that, but it's like after all these years... We still don't actually know how powerful regular Hercules is. We have no idea because they refuse to talk. And we were dude, freaking Nasu. I swear he did this on purpose, right? Like, first of all, they keep just teasing regular, you know, Hercules, and it just never happens, right? Like, he was in Lost Belt 5 before we got there, right? Blah, 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 blah. You know, he gets altered in Fate Strange Fake. He's a Berserker in Fate Stay Night and loses access to a lot of his stuff. You know, we literally see like seconds. We see seconds of regular Hercules here and there. And then dude, there's no way it was a coincidence when Nasu was talking about Grands, when he just casually name dropped some people that were stronger than Grands. He said Hercules, right? And I'm sure he didn't say which version he was talking about. I am so sure he was talking about regular Hercules, right? I'm sure he was talking about like, you know, Saber or Archer or whatever, which we never get to see, right? Like, it is so fucking annoying. Like that's putting Hercules stronger than a Grand is a pretty big deal, right? And we don't get to see him. Like, just for God's sakes, can we just get like, it doesn't have to be FGO. Fuck FGO, right? You can make, you know, Fate Water Park and just fucking put in regular Hercules, for God's sakes. Can we just get totally normal Hercules? No fucking Grail juice, no Force class convert, none of that, just regular Hercules. He's like one of the most famous heroes on the goddamn planet. Like, damn. I was so disappointed Lost Belt 5 didn't give us regular Hercules, and even though he was there. He was there, but he dies before we get there. I'm like, oh, sure, okay. Yeah, you get that Jason flashback. You get it for like 5 seconds. And for like the one page in Fate Strange Fake where he's saying he doesn't get all his, you know, abilities and shit changed. You know, maybe they do put Hercules in 4.5, right? Because that's, although it's being made after Lost Belt 5, canonically it's going to take place before Lost Belt 5. But normally it's like a side singularity that's like feeding off of the main singularity. I don't think 4.5 is going to take place in Atlantis or Olympus again. There's no point in doing that. And that's where Herc was. Herc was in Atlantis. So whatever they do with 4.5, I don't think it's going to be directly related to those locations, right? So it'd be somewhere else. Now maybe he gets summoned there as a servant for whatever reason. That could happen. So there's hope. Not a lot, but there's hope. I don't think he even got sniped. I basically think he got in the way, and he was basically blocking it for everybody. Which, honestly, though, it was just an excuse to make sure he wasn't there, really. Like, God. Let's see how she does. We did Tomoe last time. It's almost like Grands aren't determined by their power or something. Like Guadia said initially. It's like, yeah, that's another thing. It's not like, Nasu didn't say they can't be Grands. He's just saying they are stronger than Grands. It's not like, do we have to talk about this again? Like, it's like, Grands are not determined by the strongest of the class. That's not how this works. That's what Guadia said in the first place, and that's what Nasu just said. It's like, I swear to God. Let me think. Honestly, William Tell is still kind of the biggest threat. We just need to get our NP really fast. I'm so annoyed that I got so many 4 stars and I didn't get Brunhilde or any, dude. That was so lame. Like, between, obviously this was over 2 accounts, but between the 2 accounts, I used like 85 summon tickets, right? And I got a bunch of 4 stars, but none of them were the rate up. That was the worst, man. Yeah, Guadia's lying, Nasu's lying. I really think it somehow, I think what really happened, and the reason why the Grand thing comes up all the time, and like, God, it's so bad on like places like Discords and all that shit and Reddit and everything. I think it's because the way it was introduced, people just got this idea that it was the Grand Saber, or like the Grand Assassin. It was like this one person that was like above them all. I think that's what people saw it as, even though that's not what it ever was, and they literally explained that it wasn't that. But I think people have always had that impression that it's like this one being that's like the above all the others of that class. Like, but that's not what it is. Like, it's literally just the world protecting itself and summoning somebody into this like container to, you know, not die. That's like that's what it is, right? And they tried pretty hard to explain that with like the Guadia exposition dump, which, let's be real, that was like really out of character, right? They literally just had Guadia like plot vomiting there. Like, yeah, I'm a bad guy and I'm a dick and everything, and I'm just gonna sit here explaining everything to you for some fucking reason. It's like, I could just kill you, but let me just casually explain how Grands work for some fucking reason. Classic villain indeed. Get the stylish stuff in here. Oh god, he's dead. So much damage. So much fucking damage. He had the double event bonus. No NP for us. I was trying to like show up normal attacks in the NP, but now we just kill them. Actually, plenty of other people understand the Grands. I've seen almost every time people start saying stupid shit on Reddit, I always see at least 1 or 2 people that are like, wait, hold on now. Like, there's normally people out there that you know it's just people meeting a criteria, and they're not inherently a Grand. They're just being summoned as one and stuff. Like, I always see people explain that. There's a lot of fucking people that don't get it, but there absolutely are people that, you know, have actually read the story, right? Like, you know, that those people do exist. Yeah, right now, Gramps is the only candidate for Assassin, which is, I always said, I like that. They obviously had not planned out Grands when they wrote Fate Stay Night, but it explains why a regular Grail War, they could only summon Asans for some fucking reason, right? And it's because the Grail Wars, the man-made Grail Wars, are derivative of the Grand summoning system, and so if there's only Gramps as the Grand Assassin, then the derivative stuff you could only summon, it makes sense that it's just the you know, the other skull fucks, right? So that was actually pretty cool. That's actually one of the cooler things I think they've done. However, they're obviously setting up a plot point where someone's saint graph is going to be altered, or someone's going to meet the criteria that didn't meet it before, or some new stupid fuck is going to die and then become a heroic spirit and meet the criteria, or, you know, they're because I mean, Nasri even said, like, you know, no one's, like, you know, filled the seat yet, right? Like, I mean, obviously they're going to do something. I swear to God, if it's some stupid crap like the main character dies and becomes an assassin and he then meets the criteria to also be summoned as a grand, I'm going to be kind of annoyed, but we'll see. You mean Jinke? Uh-huh. Yeah, they have to basically they have to meet certain criteria. And then what Nasri just said, and I had just speculated this. This was just a guess from me. I just happened to be right. It wasn't based on anything. I literally just guessed this. I was like, it probably works kind of like, because they had said a long time ago with Amakusa back in Fate Epoch that, like, you know, when the Grail tries to summon a ruler, it like tries to summon someone that, like, you know, makes sense for the region, right? And it really didn't have a good fit in Epoch. So Amakusa was just the best fit for the region that it could get. So that's why it summoned him. I kind of assumed that was how Grands worked, and the reason I thought that was because Orion got summoned into Greece, right? That's an awfully big coincidence, right? And then all the Rome shit is happening, and then you summon a Roman Grand, right? Like, so I was like, yeah, I'm pretty sure there's like a location aspect to this where there's a lot of different people that meet the criteria, and then it tries to summon one based on the era and the location that kind of makes sense. And then Nasu said that's what they do, and so yeah, I was literally just guessing. I was basing that on fucking nothing, but yeah, Nasu very recently just said that, and that makes sense. That's fine. That makes sense to me. Yeah, Gramps though is like the only Grand Assassin it can summon right now. And apparently it can't summon him anymore or some nonsense, but up to the end of 1.0, the only assassin, the only heroic spirit out there that actually met the right criteria was Gramps, so they didn't have a choice on that one. And I wonder if that means it can't summon, like, if it's in like some area where his region is too far away, I wonder if it just can't summon him and it can't summon a Grand Assassin, or if it'll just summon him anyway. I doubt they thought of that, to be honest. Yeah, it didn't summon him in Babylon. Yeah, it summoned him in Camelot or whatever, and then he summoned himself to Babylon to help you, and like that's what he lost a lot of his grand juice there for some reason. But yeah, Camelot's not Camelot. It is set in the Middle East. It's basically Jerusalem. I think a lot of people get messed up on that because the singularity is called Camelot, even though it's not Camelot. The city of Camelot from Lancer Artoria's timeline basically gets plopped down there, kind of, but JS fault, yeah. Dude, Camelot Zero is such an insane setting. It's all the stuff that happens before you get there. It's pretty wild. Not sure we have too much more to do on this account either. There's still have rare mobs and probably giant enemies. I guess we'll do this one. Yeah, I know. I was thinking about that, Fury, because they've said it takes, like, generally, and it depends on, you know, other, you know, rules are meant to be broken, but generally it takes all 7 grands to stop a beast. That's generally how it goes. And yeah, I'm curious, like, what would happen now if they don't have a Grand Assassin, or if it can't summon one outside of the Middle East? What would happen if, you know, a beast showed up in, like, you know, Mexico or something? Like, what does it do? Do we only get 6, and are we fucked? Like, how does that work? I'm sure there's some grands though that punch above their weight class, you know, and can carry more weight than normal. Although the same can be said for the beasts, though. And you know, okay, this is another thing. I'm just guessing, but I think there's a lot of evidence for this now. I think beasts work the same way. There's 7 beasts, but there's actually more than 7 beasts. But only one person gets like the mantle at a time. And there's a lot that points to this. because you've got basic, like, it's not, it cannot be that there's 7 set in stone beasts and that's that, because Tam, who's not a beast up to this point, is trying to fill the role of one, and a specific one. She's trying to inherit like a certain one that has certain criteria and stuff. And so other things must have already fit that criteria, right? It's not like up to this point there has been no beast in that slot. There clearly has been. So I think beasts work the same way, where there's a lot of different candidates for each beast slot, and they just have to meet. Like, Beast 1 has its own requirements. If you want to be summoned as Beast 1, you have to have these requirements, right? So I think it's just, they're just like the opposites of each other, basically. Yeah, I know, and like, I mean, I will say Kiara and Kama aren't quite the same, because they're basically both half a beast. But they're basically both taking up half of the mantle. Because I'm guessing, because they have like different aspects of lust and shit, I'm guessing the whole beast is supposed to be basically someone that has both of their personalities, or, you know, at the same time, right? Where each of them is only fulfilling like half of the requirements, so they're each half a beast. But yeah, I don't think they're like the only ones that can, and especially with Kiara, because it's not like Kiara has been Beast 3 this whole time. That doesn't make any sense. So I really do think beasts are just like Grands, where there's more than one thing that meets the requirement to be Beast 2 and Beast 1 and Beast 6 and that kind of thing. There's probably very few, and I'd imagine just like how there's only one Grand Assassin right now, there's probably several Beast titles where there's literally only one thing that meets the criteria. Like that, I imagine it's very common for the beasts. But yeah, I think it's literally just like a flip of the Grand system. Yeah, basically Kiara and Kama are a singular beast together, but individually they're just half a beast. And it's not like those things existed both before, so... Yeah, I really... Nothing is actually... Like, what I'm saying has not been confirmed, but I just think the evidence is rather strong and kind of obvious, especially Tam trying to, like, become a beast when that slot has already existed, right? And then same for the weirdness with Kiara and Kama and stuff. I really think it points to that it's just like the Grand system. Our B6 is different than, like, I think right now B6 is just being filled by the slot of 666, but it normally isn't. Like, they've straight up said this. The 666 beast is the beast of the prototype world, right? Which has got its own rules and its own, you know, nonsense. It's a different world, not just a different timeline. But he's moved over into our timeline or world for whatever fucking reason, and I assume he's filling our slot for 6, but I don't think he normally does. Because he's normally, you know, part of a different world in the first place. It's kind of funny though, because when they made the Beast class, they hadn't made FGO yet, and they hadn't made Grands yet. The Beast class used to just be specific to the Fate prototype world, and it was just for 666. They made the Beast class for 666. And then they since, you know, expanded on it in the other, you know, world, and the first beasts we ever saw weren't even 666, which is kind of a shame. It kind of sucks when you have, like, the character that made the class, and you don't... It's kind of like if they added a saver that wasn't Buddha first. That'd be kind of annoying, right? So yeah, it does kind of suck that we still haven't gotten to see 666. Yeah, primate murder. He's 4, right? I think he's the 4th one. 7 is the end, which I don't know what the fuck that even means, but that's what they said. And it's being possessed by the alien god right now, and it was already possessing Ogla's corpse for some fucking reason. So if this all sounds very weird to you, that's because it is. Wait, does this stage even have chainsaws? It does. I do need rare spawns, though. I seriously don't know what they were thinking with that whole plot line. It feels so stupid. The end 7th beast is fucking possessing Ogla, and then he's being possessed by the alien god. Like, what? Like, who the fuck had that idea? Yeah, that's true. It's a little different for Angra, just because, you know, well, no, I guess it's really not that. Well, okay, it's different from Angra in 666, because at least Angra got a full showing, you know, big focus in Fate Hollow, and a lot of teasing in Fate Stay Night and stuff. But yeah, for like Saver, because Saver got a lot of focus in Fate Extra, although not, I guess not that much, but you know, he's in a story, right? So it's not quite like with the Beast, because 666 has, we don't even have his design. We have, you know, fucking nothing really about him, really, aside from like his pseudo summoning that happened in the book. So we haven't actually seen 666 at all. But yeah, Dantes did get in before Angra. Not by much, because, you know, they did add Angra and Fate Zero, I think. But yeah, Edmund did get in first, which is kind of weird. I will say, back then, I was not... So back then, you know, they hadn't really established extra classes like they have now and that kind of thing. And at the time, they had kind of implied that Angra was the only Avenger. So, you know, I was kind of about the idea of them adding another Avenger. But when I saw it was... This was way back. I didn't even play FGO back then. Back then, FGO existed, but I didn't play it. Because it was a shit show. Anyway, but when I saw that the Avenger was Edmund Dantes, I was like, okay, that's actually pretty good, right? Like, I thought that worked really well, because not only is he like the embodiment of revenge, but like it just would not make sense for Edmund Dantes to be a berserker. It just doesn't work, right? Because he's all about revenge, but also being smart about it. Yeah, you can't have Edmund Dantes show up all, you know, that just doesn't work. So when I saw that, I was like, oh man, I'm not sure I like the making other Avengers, but I'm like, okay, it's Edmund. Okay, that's pretty good, right? So I was okay with that. And now everyone and their mother is an extra class, so I don't even know what to say now. I'm pretty sure the alien god is possessing B7 because he basically says how he wants to switch vessels. I guess it is possible. I guess it is possible that the alien god just is B7, and then what B7 does is possess things, right? And it just wants to possess Ort now. That is I don't think that's the case though. I'd have to look. I need to look at the translations and stuff. But I don't think that's the case. I think the alien god is its own shtick, and it's not inherently a beast. I'm pretty sure. But and maybe they haven't even said. We'll just have to see. Yeah, as far as I was aware, it pretty much said the alien god was possessing B7, and he wasn't happy with B7, and he wanted to possess something stronger, and that's Ort. Yeah, this Shiver universe is just bullshit. It's just like summer events don't make any fucking sense. Guys, I don't think, like, Emiya's cooking is actually going to, win you any fights. That doesn't really work that way. It's a joke. Grand Chef. Chat. Okay, what do you think? I gotta get people's opinions on this. What do you think the end story is for Ogla? Does she come back to life through all this fucking bullshit B7 alien god nonsense? But then does she die again, or does she just go back to being? What's gonna happen? I do think she's probably coming back. I think so. I'm not sure if she'll stay alive though. She becomes the next Shielder. Oh my god. Beastly, how do you... You always find these things that are like, it's actually plausible with how fucking stupid DW is, but you still make it really cancer. I don't know how you do that. God, that would be so bad. You can't have Shielder Achilles, even though we already confirmed that was a thing. You can't have Shielder Leonidas, even though we confirmed that was a thing. But Shielder Ogla, though. I'm just a good businessman, yeah. They never confirmed what class Ajax could be, but it obviously would make a lot of sense for him to be a Shielder. I'm quite sure they'll make him a Berserker if they ever use him. And their justification for that will be that one like version of the story where like he gets like possessed, or like the gods are speaking to him and they can go crazy for a while, and he like kills wildlife. Right? No, I think he kills like their food, like their sheep and ox or whatever. Like he's just randomly killing their livestock or whatever. They'll probably use that to make him a Berserker, which I think is bullshit because everything else that he did has nothing to do with anything like that. But yeah, I think they'll make him a Berserker. They'll probably say he can be a Shielder, like they've said Achilles and Leonidas can be Shielders. You just won't get it. Because he mostly fought with like a fist weapon thing and like a shield, and I think he had like a spear or something. But yeah, he had some like fist feats, if you will, some feats with the fist. But yeah, I don't think they're gonna make him a Shielder. Chat, how bullshit would that be if 3.0 your main servant was Ogla? No, God, no. And I suspect 3.0 is going to be completely detached from 2.0, like they said they might do. They didn't even know. Nos was like, yeah, we might do it that way, we might not. I do think they're going to make 3.0 completely detached from 1.0 and 2.0. So I don't think that your main servant is going to have, it's not going to be anybody from, it's not going to be Da Vinci or Mash or Ogla or any of that. It's going to be something new. Oh, DHW off a cliff. I think a lot of people will be pretty mad at that. Yeah, I took a break earlier, Rex. I'll wrap up soonish, though. It is getting kind of late. I would actually okay. How I feel about how they handle like the leftovers of 1.0 and 2.0 in 3.0 is going to completely depend on the ending of 2.0, right? Like if there's still stuff that they can do, if Mash is still alive and like it makes sense to use her character more, I have no problem if Mash shows up throughout 3.0. That's fine. I don't think she should be the main character anymore. But if they wanted to be like a major player like for like a certain singularity and maybe pop up here and there, that's fine. That wouldn't bother me at all. I actually think that'd be a good idea. But it just depends. It completely depends on the ending of 2.0, right? Like if Mash is dead or something, then obviously we can't use Mash in 3.0. But you know what they could do though? They might be like if she dies, she becomes a servant, and then you can just summon her, right? Like a normal servant. Like so, who knows? It'll just depend. It really is going to come down to just how 2.0 is handled. So. How's it going, Lost? Chat, do you think there's any chance in 3.0? Like, I think it's pretty obvious there's going to be a main servant in 3.0. Now, there may be a couple, right? It's like lots of stories, anime, books, shit like that. They have kind of a bigger main roster. You don't necessarily have to have one main servant. They could have a few. But if there is just one main servant, how big of a pipe dream is it for it to be a guy? Right? Like if you're going off pure legitimate like storytelling, there's obviously loads of male servants. So, really the odds would be pretty good that you would have a male main servant. But I'm like, I don't think there's any chance. I don't think it's bullshit, and it wouldn't bother me at all if there was a male main servant. But the only way I see it happening is if there's more than one main servant. That's the only way that, or you can pick. Like if there's some to pick from, or the character just has multiple. Otherwise, there's just no way. Even though like the female player base is rather large, and a lot of guys have no problem with with male characters and stuff. I think the whole waifu draw aspect is just way too powerful, and like I don't think they wouldn't even consider it. Like I just don't think they would even consider it. I would find it so hilarious if they started calling Mash Matthew again, because that was originally her name. Choices in FGO, that'd be kind of cool. That'd be a lot of work though, so I don't think they would do that. I wouldn't mind it though if the the main roster of 3.0 was just, you know, kind of like if, like, you know, shonen anime or whatever. You got like a, you know, a fairly, you got a chunk of main characters, right? That would not bother me if, hell, you had more than one master. Like seriously, I don't think that'd be a problem. If like the main cast had like 2 or 3 masters in like the main group, and they all got their own, you know, ups and downs and shit, and they all have their own servant, that'd be fine. And then like every, you know, you probably mostly play it from the perspective of one of them, right? But like you have like other, you know, like your mates or whatever, that'd be fine. Like I think that'd actually be really cool. If they did do that, I bet you what they would do is they would make it so you can pick your gender, right? And then you have a female servant, and that's just that. And then you've got like a teammate, you know, master that's male with a female servant, and then another teammate that's female with a male servant. That's probably what they would do, I bet. I don't think 3.0 is going to have anything to do with Chaldea. Or if it does, it'll be like a spiritual successor to Chaldea. It really sounds like, you know, it'd be a very different story is what pretty much how they put it. So, again though, they never actually said. They said they were thinking about making 3.0 completely detached from 1.0 and 2.0. Or they were thinking about not ending 2.0 like they had originally planned and kind of just keep continuing it on. So if they, you know, 3.0 could just be a continuation, and at that point, obviously, it would still be Chaldea. But I think if they go the route of just, you know, new shit, I don't think it'd have anything to do with Chaldea. At most, it'd be like a spiritual successor. Like years later, they rebuilt, and now this generation of people, right? It'd be one of those things, which I could kind of see them doing that actually. That actually makes a lot of sense, because FGO starts like in, like, you know, like what, 2018 or 2016 or whatever canonically. So they'd make the next one start, you know, like several years later, and, you know, they've rebuilt. It's Chaldea 2 or whatever. 2015? Oh god. Yeah, they're not finishing 2.0 for a while. Yeah, we old. Kind of sucks though, because, dude, I really want to see 3.0. It's a real chance for like some real innovation and stuff. So I'm really interested. I'm super interested in it. And I like 2.0. You know, I'm happy to see what happens with Ort. Like God, or if Ort shows up, I'm just like God. I'm so hyped for that. But unless he gets bitch slapped by the alien god. But anyway, we are gonna have to wait a while. We're gonna have to wait a while. So. Dude, I've literally like been seeing people grow up. I have several people like talk to me a lot on Discord and stuff that are in my streams a lot, and they've gone through high school and they're in like college now, and some of them are kind of far into college now. It's wild. It's awesome. I actually love all the people that I've been able to, you know, stay in touch with and you know, see as their lives progress. It's honestly amazing, and I'm really lucky to be in that situation. But it does make me feel old as fuck. It makes me feel old as fuck. But, you know, that's life, so. And, yeah, we've had people get married, dude. We had multiple people get married. I'm gonna laugh if OORT and ORT are not the same thing. Like, that, I mean, it could happen. We're not sure. I need to ask all the people that were translating that again. Like, I think everyone would pretty much agree that it was potentially just a translation change, like, the way they were wording it. The alien god does not have the best plans so far. It's been kind of silly. Started watching you from high school, now I'm in college. Yep, it's pretty wild, man. Yeah, I hope it's just a spelling change. Especially if they're trying, because you know what, I didn't think about this, but do you think this is possible? Because you think maybe because their understanding of English is fucked and that kind of thing. They were like trying to reference the Orc Cloud originally, but they didn't quite do it the way they wanted to, like with the spelling. And now they're like, oh, we should spell it this way actually if we're trying to reference the Orc Cloud. I wonder if that's what's happening, or maybe even that. You know, they like back then they didn't want it to be too obvious that it was based on the Orc Cloud, and now they're like wanting it to be more obvious. You know, Fury, I would be totally cool with a Fragments anime, but I really do want a regular prototype anime first, because it really is like making Fate Zero before Fate Stay Night, so I really want to see just regular prototype. But I do like Fragments, because I really want to see that bit with Jackal and Hyde and just all the Aussie stuff, and frickin' Arash and all that, so yeah, I really do like Fragments, but oh my god, I want regular prototypes super bad. Especially because, you know, Prototype was never, it's not a complete story right now, right? There's a lot of holes in it. It's never been put into a full story format, and I really want to see that. I do worry they're going to butcher it, but, you know, we'll see. Yeah, I really want to see more Protoku. Your boy Kuma. Thank you for the 2-month resub, man. What's up? I said someone's name right. Are you proud of me, chat? Because it's like an actual name, and he's got the capital letters when like the word changes. See, it's like proper. Nope. Yeah, like it's pretty much it's Protoku versus Arthur Alter and Hercules. It's like 2v1. So pretty bad spot. I'm pretty sure Protoku dies there, but I think he like saves the day and saves Arthur somehow. Because no one's ever been de-altered in Fate Stay Night, but it very much sounds like a great prototype, the de-alter Arthur. I mean, chat's always disappointed. And it's a cycle, because I'm disappointed in chat, and chat is disappointed in me. So, you know, and life goes on. Alright, let's see. We'll wrap up really soon here, though. We've been going for a while. Just want to make sure this account's caught up a bit, you know. Yeah, they said they took some elements from Arthur Alter when they were making Gilgamesh for Fate Stay Night. And obviously they still took some things from their original take on Gilgamesh, but they are pretty different. I mean, both Proto-Gilgamesh and regular Gilgamesh are obviously both gold. They're both prideful and that kind of thing, but way less so with Proto-Gil. Proto-Gil's barely even an antagonist, really. Like, I mean, he's an antagonist, definitely, but like he's not really evil, really. At least from what they've shown of him so far, anyway. And I guess Gil's not exactly pure evil either, but he's very strongly in the antagonist role in Fate Stay Night. And he's way bigger of an ass. That's a better putting it. Fate Stay Night Gilgamesh is a way bigger of an asshole than Proto-Gil is. Proto-Gil is definitely prideful and that kind of thing, but he's not that big of an asshole, really. One day we're gonna get Proto-Gil, man. One day. He's awesome, dude. I really like Proto-Gil. He's really cool. He barely uses a bow, though. He mostly is still shooting swords and fighting with swords himself. It's mostly his main NP where he actually whips out the bow. I'm not sure I've bought all the CEs on this account yet. I haven't. Has anyone gotten a CE drop in this event yet? Because I haven't. It feels bad. I think Persona did. Oh, Lancer Gems, I think. That's nice. Okay, I hadn't bought that one yet. I've gotten 2. God damn it, Ari. I need to make sure I get that before the challenge quest, because to try to do budget stuff without it, it's just bullshit. How is Proto-Gil in close combat? It looks like he's pretty fucking good, because he's keeping it with Arthur no problem. Definitely seems to be implied to be much better than regular Gil. I mean, regular Gil's totally fine at melee. He's not bad at it. You know, he's got good stats and everything. He's not like a pushover, but he's nothing special. Like, he's not great at it. But Proto-Gil seems to be really good at it. But, you know, they might change it. There's not enough information about Prototype to be sure. Like, they talk about Proto-Gil, and I'm sorry, they talk about Proto-Ku a lot. They've almost completely fleshed him out, but not as much with Gil, so. But off of what they've shown, it seems like he's fine. Is Sindiusu or some bullshit with the Risa? You know I can't say that. You know I can't say that. But thank you for the Twitch Prime for 2 months. I don't got it. I don't got it. I swear, some of these when they're subbing or sending me a message or whatever, they know. You fucking know I'm not going to say it. Alright, boys. I think we'll wrap up here. This went pretty well. We got a lot done. I might go get some real life stuff done and maybe try to farm a bit on my main to try to just get a goddamn CE drop. Hey, every once in a while, somebody subs and they just have a totally normal name. Every once in a while. All right, let's raid somebody. That was a fun stream. I wish the content in the main story was harder, or at least you could, like, you know, make it easy if you bought a story support, but then if you didn't, it's harder, you know, that would be nice, but they ain't doing it that way, so, let's see. What is raid? Kadroth. I think he's playing NA's challenge quest right now. Dude, I cheesed the fuck out of that on my NA account. I just brought all my OP shit and wrecked it. It was great. But I didn't really have the time to sit down and really think about it, and I already done it so many times. I was like, I'm just gonna wreck this. Felt good, man. It's good to bust out the big guns every once in a while, you know, let loose a little bit. All right, boys, you have a good one, and I'll probably stream tomorrow. I would think so. So hopefully I'll see you then. Later. Wow, Ari with the Sanson. Boy, you don't see that every day.